media and the influence that different social media sites have on the students, like a lot of Facebook, a lot of Instagram, YouTube.
Okay, so they're using it as a sphere within which they socialize. There's not just communication in terms of writing, but they're also, so well, I guess there's some the social activity that they do, the whole digital socialization. There is some writing taking place, but that's not the only medium that they have available to them. What else do they do with these devices?
They can use it to build, I don't know, I think they use it to build an alternate reality.
They use it to build an alternate reality, so maybe like gaming?
Gaming, so between gaming, the social media, the internet, it's the consciousness and the entire focus is more internal than
okay.
I tend to think of it.
So you're looking at it as them building an alternate reality,
right.
But is an alternate reality for who?
Well, it's focus.
It's an alternate reality to what? You know, that is their reality. Yeah. Concept. Remember, we're saying that they're digital natives. Yes. But how do you use digital resources? You're adults, we're adults. How do we use the digital resources that are available to us?
Yes, but I use them as aids, things to help me achieve a goal.
Things to help you achieve a goal. I want you to tell me more.
So for example,
and think about everything, you know, how do you incorporate this in your daily life? Because remember, we don't want to look at writing as something that the students do that is separate and apart from living. Writing is an element of each of us as humans. It's an element of us as citizens, right? In our interpersonal relationships, in workplace, at school. Writing is just a part of what we do. So I want you to think of the devices in the digital age and the different things that you use them to do. How do you use them?
Well, can I speak?
Yes, please.
Okay, I utilize these devices for entertainment. That's one of my main.
Yes. So you're watching TV, or probably you're watching things on the
internet. Well, I don't really watch TV. I watch shows on these different applications for my tablet.
Okay. Great.
So that's one that helps me pass some free time and helps me de-stress.
Yes. Anybody reads on tablet?
Yeah, I read a lot on my tablet.
All right, so that's another use for it. What about using these devices to pay your bills? I hate going to the bank. So I will pay my bills and do my banking as much as is possible online, because I really just don't stand in line, right? What else? When you're planning your lessons, don't you do some research from time to time? Or even not when you're planning your lessons, if you're planning a trip, you might do some research about where you're going, what it is that people are saying about this destination, the quality of the service. If you're booking a trip somewhere, you might actually, if you're purchasing something that is not available in your country, you might purchase it online. You look at the reviews on the product or on the site or whatever it is. So understand that we are inhabiting this digital age with our students, and we're using it as a resource in the same way that they are using it, right? But the difference is that we're from a generation where we are becoming acclimatized to the digital age, because it is something outside of what we learned. This is how they operate. So we need to ensure that we are in that same space that they are inhabiting, right? So we understand that the digital age includes such things as the use of devices. These digital devices, they're wireless in some instances. In most instances, they allow students to access all sorts of applications. They allow them to communicate with each other, right? Sometimes you'll see students right beside each other and they're WhatsApping. Simply because they don't want to share the thoughts out loud. They don't want anybody else to hear the thoughts. So this is something that people do. So notice there is that element of writing still. So even though they're using the digital resources, what we are learning is that it's not likely that you can escape the writing element. We don't agree with how they write, but are they able to communicate with each other and communicate well? When they say LOL, they understand when there is an emoticon that indicates rolling on the floor laughing, they're quite fine. So we're the ones who have a problem with the way they write, and we see what we consider to be a deterioration in the writing skills because everything is immediate, everything is shorter, right? And we're seeing all sorts of grammatical distortions. We're not going to necessarily call them errors just yet, but we're seeing all sorts of distortions with which we do not agree, right? So what I want you to think about now, what are the challenges posed by this writing in the digital age? Oh, I think I've lost here. What are the challenges posed, by this digital age for us as teachers, as students? What are some of the things that we have to consider? What has happened? Why am I losing everybody? So it is entirely up to you, no, Bernard.
No, but I didn't hear you.
Yeah, but it's recording, so I can always cut it later.
But one main challenge is that the teachers find that we have to become aware of the capabilities of these devices and how they can assist us in communicating what we need to communicate. I think that's the main challenge, really.
That teachers don't know how to manipulate
right.
the devices.
In other words, it's a technological.
There's a gap.
Right.
Right.
Between teacher and student.
So people normally talk about generation
Technological
gap.
Generation gap.
Yes.
And the teachers have to learn how to manipulate because this is what students are interested in. This is what they're paying attention to. So the question for us is how do we use what they know and what they're interested in to get them interested in what they should be.
Right. All right. Fair enough. So one challenge is that teachers can't manipulate, or teachers are not as comfortable manipulating the devices as students. Anything else? There are lots of other things that should come into your mind. And don't just think of it in terms of teacher versus student, or try to think of one side and the other. I don't call it manipulable to think of it. What are the challenges that we face teaching writing in this digital age?
But I think the second one is that the second one that easily comes to mind is that the language that is employed in this digital age, because of its immediacy, tends to be in contrast or in opposition to the one that we demand for the students according to the standard that's set for us to teach. So the use of text language, for example, which is really included as standard English. The variations in spelling or the lack of attention to spelling. The sentence construction, all of that is impacting on the students' ability to communicate. So much so that some students have now begun to feel that text language, for example, is standard.
It's appropriate.
Right,
yes.
And it should be used.
A teacher indicated an instance to me not so long ago where students were sitting an examination,
right,
and to head up the paper, they had to insert their student's ID number. And all that was on the paper was ID number, you know, the symbol of a number.
Right. So
it was ID and number. And the student kept asking, what do you mean by ID hashtag? The teacher was baffled.
Yes.
And said, what do you mean by ID hashtag? And she said, show me what it is that you are talking about.
Right.
And the student pointed out the ID. And because for them, it's not understanding. It's hashtag.
Yes. But if you
So,
didn't know
as
that,
if
I wouldn't have
you would not think of it as hashtag. And I really wouldn't. I wouldn't think of it as hashtag either. Because really, I was raised with this as being number sign. Right? I wonder if they'll ever come back.
Then, can you minimize?
Let me just say that I can't tell. Right. Yeah. So the language is affected.
Right.
What do you think about the availability? Because remember when e-learning started their trust a few years ago, well, 11 or so years ago, to move Jamaica into this digital, well, education into the digital sphere in a policy-driven way. We know that they went out into the schools, they did assessments, looking at the resources that the schools had and what it is that they needed to be able to even house some of these devices. And they started with like computers, cameras, projectors. Well, I think they used document cameras. I don't know how they video recorders. They had, what else? They gave them desktops and they gave them laptops in some instances, or I think some schools got both, right? So they gave them these devices and they trained some teachers, but not everybody was still able to access, it's not as if the entire school could on any given day, everybody at the same time use the digital resources. So there's always that resources. And in my estimation, that hampers the teacher, right? Because if you're really competing with everybody else to get to the resources, it means that you might never be able to really appreciate within the school environment what it is that the students are experiencing when they go online to do things. But how do you work around that? Do you have to do that in class? That's the question.
Well, there are two things that have to. One is that how much these resources are used really depends on the push up the leadership of the school.
Yes.
So for example, a good idea is I think good Manchester, where it is insisted that we use digital resources at least once per term. There must be something in the lesson that you're going to incorporate in the lesson.
At least once per term?
At least once. Right. Thereby.
I don't know how you guys kind of lost it for a bit and we went ahead. But Kira's screen seems frozen. Okay, there you are. You're hearing us clearly?
Yes.
Okay.
But I got disconnected a while ago. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, the same thing happened with Lyra, so she just disappeared.
Okay.
Yeah, so hopefully she comes back soon. That button, this one is intelligent. Yeah.
Right. So I was saying that.
So we have moved on. We're looking at how the writing, how the digital age impacts on students' writing and how teachers teach writing. So we're looking at some of the challenges that we expect to encounter and that we currently encounter. Since I only had Vernon, he came up with some stuff. Vernon said that one, the fact that teachers are not able to manipulate the devices sometimes hinders the progress of the class or just the use of the devices. If you are not comfortable manipulating a tablet or setting up a PowerPoint presentation, using it in class, using the projector, it means that you are not likely as the teacher to actually plan lessons which incorporate some of these, or even you might not even encourage your students to do things online that you might be able to look at afterwards. You know, so many things online that you can look at simply because you're not comfortable with it. Something else that Vernon pointed out is that the language that students use is also, it poses a challenge for us teaching writing, because you now are encountering not just the Creole, that is more than likely going to be their native language, but you're also encountering this thing that we know as text talk. So imagine a blending of those two, and how now, as the teacher, you have to discourage text talk and correct or help them to correct for the intrusion of the Creole expressions, and then on top of that, teach them the appropriate writing skills, right? But are these challenges that are insurmountable? What can we do? We're teachers of English, or well, if you're a teacher of English, but we're teachers, full stop. What can we do to meet our students? Oh, something else to mention is that not all schools have, or not all teachers will have access to all the resources at all times. So it means then that you have to always have a plan B. When you plan a lesson that incorporates digital technology at school, you really have to plan with a plan B, because one, the technology could fail, but two, you might not actually have access to it for that period that you need it.
And there's a third one. You might plan a beautiful lesson build around the technology, and the students really don't get it and anything. So you have to find another way to deliver the lesson to get their attention.
All right, fair enough. All right, so we have these as 3 challenges that we encounter with the digital technology. How do we overcome these? What do you do? So for the first one, where you are not able to manipulate the device, that's a simple solution.
Get the students.
You can include the students in the activities. That is going to automatically engage those persons who have that slant. All right. What else can you do? As the teacher, you are teaching. Does it not behove you to try to learn how to manipulate the technology? How to set up? Go and talk to the lab tech and say, look, walk me through this. So you can actually use the devices. Something else, there are so many applications online.
Well, I know some schools have training sessions, so specific points. The pro school, the training session for the teachers, department by department.
All right, so that's another way to overcome. What else? In terms of the language though, what can we do? Anybody?
And I think in terms of the language, the teacher can try to familiarize herself with it, for one, and then she could try to show the students how they can or when they can incorporate it in their writing. So it's not always, you can't always use text talk, but it doesn't mean that it's absolutely bad from your writing. There are times when you can be accepted.
All right. So, and this is where we're venturing into that area of appropriate use. And it's the same thing with Jamaican Creole or the St. Lucian Creoles. When is it appropriate for you to use a particular variation of a language? When is it appropriate for you to say, okay, let me shelve this one and use this one because of the sphere in which I am standing or in which I am operating? That's a very good point. Do not just necessarily ban it from your class or bar it from your class. You can use it as teaching points. You could do a whole activity where they move a bit of writing from regular English to text talk. Or you could have them move something from text talk to English, to standard English. And I'm sure they probably would have some fun with that activity, especially if you know have them do this online. They could do this via a blog. Use these things in your classroom. This is how you're going to engage them. Let them create a web page. Let them publish a newsletter online and send it to each other. So, they are already natives. What we need to do is channel all of this knowledge into the appropriate directions, give them the skills that they need. Because if they are writing anyway, it makes sense that they know how to write when they need to write. All right?
We would like to introduce questions of equality. In other words, not everybody has, but 50% of the students, generally, that's the generalization. Right?
Yeah.
Have access to, say, a smartphone. What about the other 50 or the 25, whatever the proportion is?
All right, so we know that not everybody has a smartphone, but there is the school computer lab usually. Sometimes they can access that. Usually in the public libraries, they have computers. So it's for you to be aware of the circumstances of these students and to plan around that. So that it's not as if you're going to expect something every single day digitally. Perhaps it is something that you can have them do once per month and you plan well in advance so it's not a surprise to them. And you remind them periodically that they have to do this so that they actually remember to do it and submit. So it's just be aware of their circumstances. Because sometimes they can go to a neighbor, sometimes they can go to the library, use the school facilities. Right? But remember that in the different Caribbean countries, they are really trying to move toward each student being able to access digital resources. All right, so we're going to be moving on to looking at e-portfolios, which is, I don't know what's the name. Yeah. So we're going to be looking at these two. Did you take your computer today?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we're going to be looking at these two. Let me share a screen. I'm supposed to share a screen. And then, no. No, not that. What is this always? Cancel. Minimize. All right, I'm sorry. There's a little hiccup here because I went to the wrong place. Can you see that, Kira? I can't hear you.
I'm seeing your screen. It says Zoom.
No, I want you to see. All right, I'm going to stop sharing. I'm sharing a PowerPoint.
No.
All right, let me try again. Share screen. That. What about now?
Yes.
All right. View. View. All right, so these are two websites, two e-portfolios that were obviously, since they're e-portfolios, they were created in the digital space, yes, using digital resources. And I want us to actually visit these websites, visit these sites, and look at these portfolios. I want us to evaluate them, actually go through and look at what is there. And can I do it from here? Can I do it from here? I don't know. All right, so I want us to look at them. Yeah, I don't know what.
Oh, it's so cool.
Right, so I want us to look at them. Look at the information that is in the portfolio. Really try to move around. Look at how user-friendly. Alright, I think I was close this. Yeah. I want us to look at how user-friendly they are. And I also want us to comment on what we see as inconsistencies, inadequacies, what are the things that you would do to make these portfolios more engaging to the students? And by the way, this is not how you are expected to do your portfolio. This is a different activity completely. So, can you see this, Lira? You can see what's on the screen? All right, so I want us to visit. I'm going to give you probably about 20 minutes to look at, I don't think it needs a lot, to look at both of them. Just indicate to me when you're through. I want us to look at both of them, and we're going to discuss the good qualities and what we could do, or what you think the creators could have done to make these more engaging. We're clear?
Yes.
All right, so start the clock. 9:55. I left my jump drive, so I couldn't send these to you. I left my jump drive right in there on Tuesday. I couldn't send these to you last night or this morning. It was there when I came.
Oh.
There's a job to take. Come on, get this out of the way. All right, let's stop sharing again. Okay. Sure. I'm going to get this to come down where I want it to go. I want the boxes up here to be at the bottom. It's just not moving. I can't.
You should have tried.
When you try to draw this, what happens? Aha! Good. Colonel?
Right. Of course, I am not here. So I get all the time in class.
So I'm just talking. Oh, so Sean doesn't come in on Thursday. So Sean doesn't come in on Thursday. And Norma might not be here before around 11:30-ish.
Is that actual time? Like something that is a part of it.
Yeah. What is it doing now? Look at the videos too. Are you going on with the different techniques when it's like the script
Right,
writing?
I was just going, I was just
Mm-hmm.
so I was the number of the
Yeah, man. Look at the activities that are there.
because I'm probably learning this is understanding.
Okay. So, is this type of, is this approach something that can work with your students?
It can. The challenge is how we would
No, don't tell me no. Have I lost them again? Oh, no, no. There they are. Okay, there you are. Oh, Ashley. Okay.
actually.
Yeah. So it's very Ashley session on particularly my president before Susan said, I don't have is I saw my book from who else there's one person who has ever seen. Patrice, back.
Can I demonstrate?
So is it interactive enough for the students, do you think?
This is video.
It's called alliteration. That's what it is when you got the same sound at the start of every word, but when you got a vowel sound that keeps sounding the same. That's a really strong accents, yeah, that's the same. What I'm trying to define by providing this example, but I'm not the rapping accents to be a handful. Sometimes what you need is not exactly what you say. But if you listen, like you should be on words in different ways. It's complication, alliteration, accents, and all
All right, guys. How far did you get? Are you looking at the second one as yet?
Yes, I look at the second one.
You're finished? You're near finished?
I'm finished.
Yeah, I kind of, yeah, I guess.
Okay.
I was still looking at the second one though.
All right. Can I give you? Would you like 2 more minutes? 3?
We can go ahead.
Bruno?
Yes, go.
All right. So tell me, what do you think of the first one, the one that's on WordPress?
I found the front, how do you call it, the first page
Yeah.
very attractive. It looked like something that the students would be able to manipulate very easily, like to get from one page to the next.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looked like it was very easy to manipulate for students, and it was interactive. The students would be able to use. There were videos that the students could have looked at, listened to some songs to help them in grasping whatever content it was that the teacher was teaching. If it was figurative speech or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And she used a lot of videos to help the students, a lot of songs to help them. That's the idea. So I like that about the page.
All right. I know that Vernon had a problem when we started, when he turned on, when he started with that page. Come, Vernon, talk to us.
I'm thinking of my students. That song is, it's a nice
The music.
song for slow dance, for an interesting date, but they won't relate to it. The first thing they'll ask me, so where you get that song from? But I like the idea of the site. The information is there. I don't think that you should really begin with the exercises. So that should not be the first thing that you need to do. For example, I said the descriptive writing. So the content would be good upfront, and then the exercise that. Maybe that's just the way that I used to it.
Yeah.
For the figures of speech, the songs, the sing-alongs, those are good. And especially if they are kind of nonsensical, the students will sing along and relate to them, and something with it. So I like that. What else? I think the song, the figure of speech song is generation well. Certainly that rock one is generation appropriate. And the other oxymoron kind of weird. But the students will still remember something from it. I think this site could have probably been arranged a little bit more interactive from a student point of view, and certainly when you open it and you see the pictures of the young ladies and you're wondering what does that have to do. So those are.
Oh, so you would change the picture?
Right. I would probably put like some cartoons or a video, something to pique their interest immediately as soon as they put it.
Okay. All right, Leo, what were your impressions?
Same as Kira and some of the things that Vernon said, very interactive. That first one on WordPress, and engaging to students. I like the use of media video clips to aid the teaching of the concepts of writing, narrative, descriptive, all of the different songs and onomatopoeia, funny skits and whatnot. Also, the use of the explanatory notes at the beginning of each of the categories was also good. So I know students don't like copying notes. That might be a plus. They could just go there and read that.
Right.
And also the layout. The layout of was very student centered and student friendly. It was very clear. Narrative writing, persuasive writing, nothing too difficult for them to go and search through this area to look for that or this and that. It was clear, very attractive, clear layout. The only problem I had with the first one
we're having technological issues.
Was that towards the end of them a writing task. Some of the writing task. Beg your pardon? Some of the writing.
The last thing we heard was the only problem you had with it With the first one,
Okay.
that's the last one heard. Clearly.
Okay, the only problem was that most of the assessments,
Yes.
they were writing tasks. All of them, she was asking them to write something, write a paragraph, write a narrative story, write a descriptive piece, write. And they were not varied as compared to the other. Well, when we get to the other one. And like some of them were authentic, the writing pieces were authentic and meaningful, but others were not. Some of them, the students could have applied it into their real life situations, but others were not. They were just very ambiguous. That's the only thing I kind of saw.
All right. Some questions I have for you. Based on the first one, when a student, for example, opens this site, would they be able to identify the objectives that they're supposed to master by the end of when they click on the category persuasive writing? Would they have been able to look at the objectives and say, at the end of this activity, I should be able to do X, Y, Z?
I think there was nothing there for this to be
Well, yes.
I think for most of them.
Right.
I think there was something there. So,
No, but she had objectives for all of them at the beginning.
yeah, I think she might have. But there
She
is
has
that
them.
guidance, right? There's that
Yeah.
guidance. So in terms of guiding the student and making the student autonomous in that element, we're clear. As in, she made a good effort or they made a very good effort. Would the activities be age appropriate?
Yes, they were.
All right. In terms of, we'll be looking at this whole idea of writing as a process. Was that evident from any of the activities?
I don't think so, as if for the writing it was just to write and then at the end I think just to produce a piece of writing. I didn't see the process of writing in there.
Okay. Right. So is there a way, do you think, that could be incorporated into this activity, this site? How would you incorporate that element of writing as a process? If you're going to do descriptive writing, yes, these are the things that you need to cover, but how do you go about putting these together? How would you guide them to write descriptively?
I guess she can provide us a slot for the students to upload their first drafts of writing. They can upload it either for her to view it personally and send them feedback, or they can upload it for feedback from their peers.
Yes. So there could have been that. I would assume that there could have been some suggestion that before they write, they actually plan how to enter into the writing. Right? All right, good. But generally speaking, though, do you think that this first website would encourage students to write at the secondary level?
Right. I like.
So Vernon thinks that it would encourage students to write. What do you think, Kira or Euro? Do you think this would encourage students to write?
I think it would.
Yeah, you can see how out of these students could get a portfolio of writing activities.
Right. I'm back, for example.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the narrative writing, and there's a and this is age appropriate, generation appropriate. There's a song there, Prodigy featuring Timani Marley Rastalo.
Yeah.
And it says, what's the music video and identify the elements of a story? The students can relate to that.
Yes.
So of course, I'm using this in my class.
All right. What about the second one though? So you would have started with the first one where there is all this music. Every time you go back to the home page, there is this music and it's fairly loud. And then you went on the second one. What happened? What was your response to the second one?
Drop.
Okay, Kira, go ahead.
I find it the second one, the first page, all that brown and it's not really attractive. The small letters I find is also, as if I don't see a student taking the time to read what is on the home page.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you get to the different pages, the expository writing, I think it's too much reading I find going on that page.
All right, so and I see Lyra nodding to say that she agrees, and Vernon is doing the same thing. Quite a bit of reading. So, did you actually get an opportunity to go through the whole thing to see if there were any videos or anything like that?
I think she had a video, you know. Hold on.
There was one.
I think I came across one video.
There's a video.
Yeah, here's one video.
And there was a reference to a YouTube site that you put.
Or some such. But with this one, I don't know that the average adolescent would actually want to interact with the website. There aren't enough stimulating activities or just things for them to click on. So with the other one, you have the songs, you have the pictures, there are some ads. You know, I think there's a graphic organizers at some point, or a graphic organizer somewhere, or am I mixing them up? I know there's a graphic organizer somewhere, or maybe it's not any of these two. But with the first one, certainly it engages the students more because they have the visuals, there's very little writing. There are other things on the page other than, as you said, Kira, all that grow. But with the second one, very good effort, but it still is content heavy and it's not as welcoming or as engaging for the students. Did you actually take the time to read through any of the things? Or were you like, you expected the typical student to be? You didn't read?
No,
I tried reading through some of them. There were a lot of reflections, a lot of notes by the lecturer about what happened in the past class and whatnot. To me, it just was not appealing to a younger generation. It seemed a bit above their level.
Okay. But for you though, at your age, looking at this as an example of writing, would this be appropriate for you? Would you engage with this?
Well, you could relate. I think I could relate.
Yeah.
The first one. And even the second one at this stage, we can sit and read through.
Mm-hmm.
Because if the basic information is here.
It's there. Okay. All right. So we've looked at both of these. Now, of course, I could say to you I wanted to do, but that's not what I want. I don't want you to actually create a website. But what I'd love you to think about for the next 15 minutes, and we're just, I don't even know if I want you to do it myself, 10 to 15 minutes, is imagine that you're teaching writing, right, to students at a secondary level. Choose one topic, and you can do it for geography or history, because you're still doing the writing element. But choose one topic and just give us like a walkthrough how you would present this. We want an idea of behind the electronic portfolio. So what would you do to encourage your students to write portfolio entries in response to your activities? Yeah. So you're doing is same as regular class. You want them to do a portfolio, but you're not going to stand in front of them and say to them, we're going to do a portfolio this first term. Instead, you're going to do something similar to what the teachers for the WordPress, the first one, had done, which was to create the different topics, provide the stimulants, and then outline what it is that you want the students to do. So I don't want you to do all the different topics, so I just want you to choose one and say how you would execute. What would you put on your website to get students to write a response? And remember the whole idea of the writing process that you need to. So think of the topic, you're going to go into school. This is going to be something you do when you go to school in September. Think of the topic. You don't have to design the page or anything, but just think of the topic. What would you want on the website for your students to interface with and to stimulate their writing, get them to write, submit to you, what else? the presentation we had. Pardon? The presentation that I found. It was just a PowerPoint. PowerPoint. Yeah, so it's, I emailed it. Okay, great. I have this. Yeah. Because that was like a jump drive. Tell me exactly. It's not an arbor, right? Let me download it. Of course, it's not. We should be about ready now.
Yes.
Lyra, you too? Okay. All right, so Vernon just stepped up for a little bit. And we have been joined by Ashley, but you cannot see her in the frame. Can you see her? Okay. All right. So who wants to begin? Lyra is so very relaxed. Always.
Okay, I'll start.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, for my topic, I chose some descriptive writing.
All right.
And on what I would do on my first page, I would have maybe pictures of persons involved in different activities. Or, for example, I might have a country scene, maybe some water sports, maybe a scene of a hotel, people eating, some monuments. And then I would have the students to write what those things have in common.
Okay.
Okay. And then I would have some different topics and ask the students to, or different describing words, and ask them to drag the word under the picture.
Oh,
and then I ask them to choose one to write about. So when they've chosen, like let's say for example, okay, they chose to write about maybe an experience at a hotel. Then when they click on they click on that, then they would have some like a chat, so they can do some brainstorming, and probably I could provide maybe some stimulus words on the side or something to help them in their brainstorming. And then I ask them to write their story, write whatever they want to write about. If it's a vacation that they took or some food that they enjoy in a different country or so anything like after they've chosen their topic, then I ask them to write about it, and then even they could even choose some of the pictures on the page to illustrate as they write. And then when they finish, there will be I'll probably provide some kind of sharepoint where they can share their stories with their friends, and then their friends could read it and then send it back to them. Yeah, that's how it's done today.
All right, so you would actually give them, they would share with their friends physically or electronically?
Yeah, well, electronically, I don't know how that would work. It would have to be electronically.
Yeah, but they can email things to each other.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. So what I didn't hear though is, will you state the objectives at any point?
Oh no, I didn't have that, you know. I probably have to put it in the beginning.
Yeah, I didn't hear the objectives. So I heard the stimulus material, then they would be encouraged to do pre-writing activities. They actually write, and then they get to do post-writing as well. They get to revise and edit. So, all right, fair enough. And that would be just one of the many topics that you would put it on the site. Fair?
Yes.
For the most part, once you work in your objectives, I think you could be pretty good.
Okay.
Vernon?
Well, what I have is my topic is narrative writing. So
Yes, sounds like again here. Can you hear? Can you hear Vernon?
and I would say that my topic is narrative writing. So I would more focus on is a website enough. So I will focus on having and holding their attention and having them participate in participatory activities. So on one side I would have the content of what is narrative writing, you know, what is it that I hope that they will achieve. So that would be the word content, so to speak.
So synopsis and objectives.
Right.
All right.
And then no, I would have some electronic activities. So for example, listen to the song of Morning Sue, write your synopsis of the story, and then they would choose their favorite song which tells a story, and they would have to post that song to the website. Say what is the story in the song, say why they like it, invite comments from their peers. They could watch an episode of their favorite episodic TV show that the generations of messengers are that Indian, I don't know what it is, whatever it is. They could post a link or get something from YouTube, invite comments, and then they write an alternate ending.
Okay.
As their friends can. Yes.
No, go ahead.
And then the final one, no, you're right. And one of the things with the episode is that you want to say what is the theme, what is the basic idea, that this one is centered on, that makes it so likeable, so to speak. Is it romance? Is it revenge? What is it that makes this one so likeable? So it introduces the question of theme. And then now the last thing that I have is looking at one of the devices that tend to make stories interesting. And so I'm looking at humor. Lyra and Kira, do you know Dirty Mary? You know the Jamaican comedian Dirty Mary?
Yes.
Right. So for example, they could watch a Dirty Mary video, they could create a skit around it, and they could, you know, show that skit.
Also, you wanted to record it, I'm sure?
They could record it.
Okay, so that's our real electronic portfolio. They use both several devices.
Right.
All right. So is that your finish or you didn't get something to finish?
I'm motivated.
Okay. All right. So Vernon has given us quite a bit of things to talk about. Remember that we want to encourage writing. Oh, sorry. Let me not be the one to say anything just yet. Kira or Lyra, is there anything you want to say about Vernon's presentation, Vernon's ideas? Were you listening? Vernon, just let do it again.
No, I was listening.
You were listening, Kira?
Yes.
So, but you have nothing to say.
I don't know. I found it engaging. I especially the part of the students were using things that were like how do you say things that
That song?
What's the word I want? Like in the now.
Okay, current things.
Current, yes. Current things that the students could identify with.
All right, good. All right, so let me start with, so we know that Lyra has nothing to say. So let me start with what I liked about that. I like the fact that there is that, you give them the reading opportunities, there's a synopsis, and they're getting the objectives, so they know what it is they should accomplish by the end of looking at this page or doing these activities. Fine. I like the different stimuli that you're provided. The fact that they're not just going to learn, they're not just looking at a sample of a story and writing a story. So they get to listen to a song, A Boy Named Sue. I like that song. It really tells a story. I don't know if anyone knows it. Right. So it tells a story that I think most persons can relate to. It's very simple. And they get to, what did you say?
Well, they're just writing a synopsis.
A synopsis of it. So pretty much getting them to understand the process of telling a story. All right. And you're looking at some summarizing skills as well. The next thing is for them to find their own song.
Right.
Find their own song. Give a synopsis.
Go to the website, say what is the story of the song, where they like it, and invite folks on it.
All right, so you're bringing in elements of, you continue to bring in elements of the communicative language teaching classroom in there. And so we are seeing where the students now go out, find their own stimulus, and respond to it. Their peers are going to comment on this.
Right.
Good. And then the next one is for them to write an alternate ending to that same song or
No,
number one.
one episode that.
Okay. So they're looking at, they're interacting with different ways in which storytelling is a part of our society. So they're looking now at the electronic media, looking at an episode that is aired on TV or some show that they like, and they write an alternative ending to one episode. Okay, fair enough. So I like those. But my question to you is, because they're getting to do many things and writing in increments instead of holistically, they're not just writing a story all at once. My one question to you is, when are they going to get an opportunity to do that?
Maybe at the end of all of this, because certainly the fact that once they would have the last activity would have been for them to create. There are one act skip from Dirty Berries or Dirty Berries. So that would basically.
So it's called that they're going to write
so after that, though, then they will be fully equipped, fully understand all the elements that go into writing short stories, that are going to a story. That one. All the elements.
They understand the plot.
Right.
I see how they understand the plot. What about things like characterization?
About it too.
Nobody asked them to write a synopsis.
Right, but even just because it's centered as a character-driven song or a character-driven story, then.
But I put it to you, not every single student is going to look at the characterization of how it actually happens. So I think you need to incorporate, because characterization is a complicated thing.
Right.
Yeah, I think you probably want to include in your page or on your page something about students interacting with the different elements purposefully. So I think to be a purpose, you need to give them a purpose to interact with characterization. So even when you have them look at, for example, the episode or something,
right,
you could add a characterization slant to it. And you could add a setting slant to it. And so they'll be able to see how these different elements combine. So I'd suggest you do that. Right. Something else I would suggest, and I would have suggested it for Kira as well, is to include checklists. Because if you're asking them to evaluate each other's work, they need to have the guidance. What are they looking for? And then how do they know when this is well done, etc., etc. So I'll include that. All right, so Leron, you're next.
Okay, the topic, well, I did it in history. Okay. Again, resistance and revolt. Okay. The objectives of the lesson would be to identify the ways that the enslaved resisted their enslavement. And yeah, that's basically it. I didn't really have the time to think of any more objectives.
All right, so they have objectives.
I actually didn't have it in at all. It's when you told Kira, I just so Anyway, the first
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
the first thing that I would do, I would start off by putting on the website a visual stimulant of about 15-minute excerpts from two episodes of a mini series called The Book of Negroes.
Okay.
Okay, probably two excerpts from episode 1 and episode 2. So the students would avail themselves to watching that.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they're finished, uh, an emotion list would be put up, a list of emotions, and then they would be asked to respond and engage. No, well, respond by identifying, after viewing the two excerpts, what exactly the media clip, sorry, what exactly they feel, how did they feel,
Mm-hmm.
okay, by watching it. And then they would be also asked to give reasons why they chose that particular emotion. After they do that, then a list of journalist questions would also be put up. The
Okay.
who, what, when, where, why. That would aid them in just going through what they saw. Who were the people involved in the video? What were they doing? How did it occur? Why were they being treated in that particular way? Or why were these particular people treating these in that particular way, etc. And
Right.
then the last thing I would ask them to do is to write a first draft for further feedback
Mm-hmm.
of a reflective piece of writing on the ways that enslaved persons were resisted enslavement.
So how would they submit this? Electronically or they would hand it?
Electronically, they would upload it on a particular aspect of the webpage.
Okay. All right. So you could probably do a blog too. Ah, that's
Oh
cool.
yes, that's true. A blog, yes, very good idea. Yes, blog.
No. All right, good. So I liked this idea of because what you're doing now is you're encouraging the students to respond but to a very specific historical occurrence, right? So I like the idea of having the video clips. What I would suggest and having them evaluate their responses to the video clips. So I like that. Or was it one clip? One clip? Two episodes, two, right? But what I would suggest is that instead of showing them 15 whole minutes, because you will lose students, just think of yourself.
Oh,
When
not 50, yeah, 15.
15, I know.
Yes.
Even
Oh,
in
okay.
minutes,
15 is too long. Okay, all right.
yeah, you will lose them. So what I would suggest is that you do it in like 3-minute segments. And at the end of the first 3 minutes, you stop, you ask some questions, or you have some questions that they pay attention to because you're not actually saying this in class. But the first 15 minutes and then there are questions. And you could roll the questions into the video clip, depending on how you're able to edit it. And then you do the same at the 3-minute intervals. So the same journalistic questions, the same list of describing words that you use for the affective domain to describe their emotions, all of that could still be incorporated. So pretty good. I love that they're evaluating all of their responses. And they have to know, use that video clip to write, you say, a reflective, after they've gone through, write a reflective piece on how they think, why they think slaves actually rebelled or resisted slavery. Right, so I like that you're not actually telling them what they have to view, engage in some critical thinking, some sort of reflection, and then generate their own original piece of writing that will be reviewed and returned to them. So generally speaking, I like this portfolio that you would have encouraged students to complete over time. Yeah, so good. So Ashley wasn't here early enough to do the activity, so maybe we'll come back to her a little bit later on. But it is now 10:59. It would be 11:59 for you. Let's say we take a 10 minutes break. and then we come back and we're going to go into looking at planning writing workshops. Oh, sorry, but we're on mute. We're on mute. You need to put your line on mute. Yeah.
She's not on headphones. Just for headphones, just headphones.
Oh. Norma, here you have to put on your headphones. Can you hear us now? Norma. No?
She's put on headphones. It's a weird thing. I don't know why.
The volume is just okay. Hey, do you have headphones? Right, try those. I just saw, was it Kira? But no. Okay, there, Kira, there you are. And I think we've lost Lyra. Hopefully she'll sign in again soon. All right, for this chapter, for this section, we're going to be looking at devising effective workshops, right? So effective writing workshops, because essentially that's one of the approaches that we want you to use when you are teaching the students how to write and how to write effectively, how to organize their ideas, how are they going to use the writing process if you don't facilitate, you don't give them opportunities to use writing process. So generally speaking, this chapter is going to just give us some ideas about how to get students to that point where we think that they are competent. All right, so we're assuming that with the writing workshop, because of the way it is, we know that it will allow the students really to see a process from beginning to end. They'll be able to visualize this activity that is writing. They'll be able to participate in this activity that is writing. And we're assuming too that writing workshops work because of these reasons that we, or these views that we have of writing, that writing is holistic. It's not as if you can decide that you're going to edit without actually having written anything. You can't revise without having written something. You can pre-write, but if you don't actually write the activity, then you're writing, you have not written. So we want to look at writing as something that incorporates many elements of existence. We know that we have to write. So in order to write, we have to think, we read, we get feedback. So all of those are things that will impact on this holistic approach that we're going to take. Writing is organic as opposed to formulaic. It's not as if I can say to, even though you can give your students like outlines and you can suggest a way to organize, there is a great possibility. In fact, there is a likelihood that no student is going to be able to follow a formula. It's not like you're going to be able to say, what is that? E is equal to mc squared. That's the math. There's a math formula, something that says that the energy is equal to. All right, let me not pretend. But you know the formula. Normal.
Here, hello?
You mute your line, please.
Yes, I'm hearing and I'm seeing now.
Right, but I want you to mute your line so that we don't hear the noise in your background unless you want to talk to us.
Okay. And I'm seeing the PowerPoint as well.
Okay, good. And you can see where you should go to mute?
Pardon?
Can you see where to mute your line? There should be a microphone that you can just click on.
I saw it initially.
All right, try hovering the cursor at the bottom of your monitor.
Yes.
And did it come up?
Yes, I see it now. I see mute.
Right, so just click on the microphone button too, or whatever you see to ensure that the line is muted.
So I press on mute now?
Please do it now, right? So when you want to talk to us, then you
unmute it. Okay.
All right, lovely. Okay. So because writing is organic and it's going to be specific to each individual, there's no way you can give a student a formula to say one sentence plus two sentences plus two more sentences will be a particular kind of paragraph. So they have to learn how to string these ideas together to make sense, or yes, to give us sense as readers. Right? Writing is inclusive, not exclusive, because even though, for example, you might be doing persuasive writing, you're going to perhaps include an anecdote, which is going to incorporate an element of narrative writing. You might give some information, which also includes giving, that's expository writing. And then on top of that, you can't write in a vacuum. You're going to write about the things that you know, the experiences that you had, the people that you are aware of. So writing is something that happens about our world, right? Writing is developmental, not static, in the sense that when, and I'm sure you have done this, let us say that you've written a paragraph, like you wrote a paragraph at the beginning of the year. For those of us who keep, for those of you, I don't do journals, but for those of you who do journals, what you write at the beginning of the year is going to reflect where you are, what your thought processes are at the beginning of the year. And at the end of the year, if you were to go back, I doubt that you would be the same person. And chances are something has changed about your writing style. So even the way you put your sentences together might be a little bit different. And that is because writing is developmental. So on top of it, reflecting changes in person and style, there is the fact that when you are doing the writing process, you're going to be doing it in stages. So you have a plan, or you have pre-writing activities where you come up with your ideas, whether you're doing free writing or you're going to be doing brainstorming. Once you organize, you have these ideas, then you organize them, you write something, you give it to somebody to look at, and then once you get the feedback, you make whatever necessary adjustments there are. So writing is in and of itself developmental, and it reflects our development as writers, as human beings. Writing is foundational, not isolationist, all right? So the fact is, when we think of writing, in English class particularly, when we think of writing, there is no way that we can isolate what a student in English has learned, or we shouldn't be able to isolate what a student has learned in history versus what he has learned in physics, math, or any other subject area, because once you have learned something, it should alter, for learning to take place, it means that there's a change in behavior. So the student who is writing now is going to now bring all of those new things, new knowledge to bear on what he generates or what he produces, or should. We know that some students are able to compartmentalize learning. Right? So this idea of writing workshop, and I wish there were more of us, but we'll work with what we have. But this concept of writing, creating a writing workshop really developed out of problems uncovered. So when these problems were discovered in students' writing, then it became imperative to create or to give them opportunities to enable them to see their errors and to correct their errors over a process or through a process, right? So generally speaking, how you do your writing workshop is going to be entirely on the needs of your students. So for some topics or for some students, you only need 1 hour. And then for other circumstances, you might need a whole week. It is entirely dependent on your situation. Process writing is seen by some as an individualistic task that does not lend itself to being teacher-led. And think about the role that the teacher will play in a writing workshop. We're presuming certain things that the student already will have had some interaction with the different, whatever type of writing you're trying to develop with them. They might have had some sort of experience. So your role now is not to teach them that this is persuasive writing and these are the things that you need to do. Your role is to facilitate, to give them the opportunity to go into the writing, to produce something that they can be proud of, right? So principles of writing workshop is built around these ideas that writers need regular chunks of time. Do you agree or disagree with this notion? So say some of the things you agree, say some of the things you want your students to say other things when you're in class, right? So Dorma, Lyra, Kira, is Lyra what? Writers need regular chunks of time. Why do you agree with this?
Well, you're not thinking actually correct. I'm thinking of my own experiences. You always need time to, well, you have to put aside time to write regularly.
All right,
because that's how you build that writing, depending on the length of the writing. Sometimes you are seized by the moment and you just write wherever you are. And at other times you have to write and then rewrite, depending on what is it that you're producing. Right. So within a classroom context, you have to put aside time for writing because this is how students develop their capacity to write, so to speak.
Okay.
So they were coming to one goal.
All right. Anybody else wants to say anything on that?
Yeah, if we say writing should be a process that the students, excuse me, would need time to go from step A to B, to come back and get feedback from their friends, from their peers, to rewrite, to pre-write, to brainstorm. So of course they would need time. And also if we want it to be something that is, I find like something regular so that they pick up the different skills. They do it regularly. Like they be able to master the skills involved in writing.
Okay, 1 second. Normal. Okay, no, right. All right. So I agree with both of you. And Vernon said something that students will need to write and rewrite. And essentially what you're saying here is that if they're given regular chunks of time to practice and practice, then it becomes habitual, right?
Yes.
Right. So this notion is the same way that they do math. There's no way a student is going, all right, I should say no way, some persons just have that math ability. In order for most classes to understand the principles, whose background is it that is so noisy? Dorma, your microphone, I keep seeing.
Okay, yes.
Yes, it's mute and then on. All right,
I agree, writers do need regular chunks of time if the writing is going to be a process where you have drafts, reviewing, revising, and the actual product. Because you have to go to, check your long-term and your short-term memory. You have to actually know what you're writing, which is a challenge.
Okay.
You know, what is the rhetorical problem and all of that. So you need time to put your ideas together.
True. All right, guys, so we're all on the same page, generally speaking, that in order for writing for students to develop the skills, they need to actually be given the opportunities where they know that this is time to write, and so writing becomes purposeful. Next, writers need their own topic. Do you agree? And if so, why? Or why not? Writers need their own topic.
I think occasionally are in the beginning. They don't have it, so they have some feeling of control over an interest, and will obviously keep their interest in whatever they want to write about. But I think that they have to, unfortunately, in a school setting, they have to become accustomed to writing. Because maybe they get a choice between two topics, but they have to get the best for them.
All right. All right. So did you hear what Ashley said, everybody? No, not quite. All right, so Ashley indicated that initially, when you're trying to develop this habit of writing, initially, then she can agree that writers should get the opportunity or the opportunities to choose their own topics, because it's going to be more than like that they're writing about something in which they have an interest. And so writing becomes easier for them, it's not as onerous. But as they prepare for examination and within a school situation, it is not likely that they're going to always be able to write based on their own topic, because for CSET English A examination, for example, they're given choices, but they're very limited choices. For section B, they only have 2 choices, and for section C, they have 3 choices between 2 types of writing, right? So they can at one point, but there is a point when they're going to have to write based on prescriptive context. Anything else? Any other thoughts on this idea of writing, of writers needing their own topic? All right, Dharma, you just muted.
Hello?
Go ahead. No, Dharma, unmute. Okay.
Yes, you can only write what you know about. Isn't that so?
I mean, I've written about snow.
Pardon?
I've written about snow. I've read about snow, and I've written about snow. But perhaps what you want to say, you can only write it authentically.
Okay.
And that's not because there's many cases of man writing as if they're a woman.
Right.
Oh yes, Nicholas Sparks. He writes lots of novels from a female perspective. Nicholas Sparks. Notebook, The Glass House, or House on a Lake, or some lake house, and some others. Yeah. I don't really come to that, but yes. But yes. But there is a school of thought, Dorma, that you can only write what you know, but think of the fact that you can research, and with communication as it is, I think experiences, a lot of persons are writing based on vicarious experiences. But it's perhaps easier if you're writing for writers who are novices, then it perhaps is easier to write about what you know. What is usually?
I'm not hearing you properly then.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I was just cracking my fingers, that's all.
Okay. All right. So I said that perhaps in the early stages of writing, then it is perhaps best to write based on what you know. But as you become a more experienced writer, 1, 2, as you do more research, 3, as you experience more elements of the world vicariously with communication as it is, especially like the internet, then perhaps you're able to write about things that you don't know.
Okay.
Right, fairly well.
Accept through research.
All right. One of the principles behind writing workshops too is that writing or writers need response. Yeah or nay?
Yes.
But why? Why is that important?
Because often they have an idea in their head of what they're saying and it's on the paper. But because they're either have sat with the material so long or make assumptions about what their reader would understand, their work response helps.
Yes. All right. So, and the response is they're going to need different types of responses. So think about it. There perhaps is at one point going to be response on the content.
Elbows feedback. Each elbow.
Yes.
So criterion based versus reader.
So you're going to get responses based on sometimes just the content of what it is that is written. This is not correct, or this information is outdated, or you have not considered this point of view. And then there might be response, as I said, based on the way something is organized. It would be best if you were to have this paragraph up here because it counters that argument nicely, or take this out of the paragraph, and then you might have responses based entirely on grammar. Right? So their readers will need the different types of responses so that they can adjust the work as they need to. And as Ashley pointed out, sometimes writers make assumptions, and we're guilty of this as teachers all the time. But we make assumptions about how students will respond to what it is that is written or what we have done. And in the same way, writers make assumptions about how readers will respond to what it is that they have written. Right? So definitely, you need some sort of response, unless of course you're writing a journal that is entirely your own. Next, writers learn mechanics in context. And this, I mean, we can argue this. This is something that we can argue about because we are going to have different perspectives on the way we teach grammar, right? Or how grammar should be taught. But what do you think? Writers learn mechanics in context. And I mean, true, not true? And how is this different from writers needing regular chunks of time to write? Norma, you want to say?
Yes, in terms of writers learn mechanics in context. Say you have students need to write about an incident that took place on the playfield at lunchtime. Now it's gonna take in a lot of different types of grammar. You have the punctuations, you have present tense, past tense. The situation, did it happen already? Is it still happening? Most times it's going to be in the past tense, that situation that happened already. So actually, the activity or the situation merits different types of mechanics to be used. And so if it's a case where students have to be involved in the writing process, then the different drafts, the reviewing, the revising will bring out the right mechanics in writing. Am I correct?
You are, because you're going through a process that involves feedback from others and them also looking back at the work, then they might be able to identify the errors that they have in the nuts and bolts of the language, right? Because when we're thinking about mechanics, we're thinking about punctuation, capitalization, that sort of thing.
Okay.
So what I think you're supposing is that they have an awareness of things already. And so now what they're getting is the opportunity to actually
put it right.
And to see where they have made errors that they can be adjusted.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Nobody else? Nothing else? All right. So generally speaking, and I know there will be disagreements, and I'm looking at Ashley. But generally speaking, though, huh? No, but you see what with this one, it's not that we're teaching grammar. What it is that unless there's a micro lesson that comes out of a situation within the writing workshop, but what it really is that as the students are writing, then because they're so involved with the process of pre-writing, writing, and then getting feedback from others, then over time, provided that they become attentive enough, they should be able to see their own mechanical errors. So if it's a case where they have a run-on sentence because they're poorly punctuated, the probably should be the sentence of, oh, well, that's not what I need to convey, and perhaps re-punctuate, or somebody will point it out to them and say, this doesn't make any sense. So after a while, they should be able to understand, even if they can't state the rule, they should be able to understand that if I have just a fragment here that includes prepositional phrase. I'm not expressing. They probably won't know that it's a prepositional phrase, but somewhere there should be an awareness that this does not express a complete thought.
So I think there are two things. I think one is that premise depends upon the student having a solid foundation in mechanics before they come to the writing.
At least some, like not necessarily a solid foundation, but some foundation.
They know what a run sentence is to begin with. That's why that's a problem. Why that's not correct. And the other thing, I think it depends a lot on either peer or teacher feedback.
Guidance, yes.
Detailed feedback. And not just ignoring it in the way, ignoring it in an attempt to communicate.
Or ignoring it, expecting that at some point the light bulb is going to go off in the student's head. Right, and that I agree with that. Anybody else has anything to say? No? Okay. Young writers need to know adults who write.
That's great. It's good to have that inspiration, but young writers can write about money,
but is it a case where they can write without ever interacting with writing generated by anybody? Yes. After you spend the time here and taught modeling?
Right, but at the same time, there are students, in all of your modeling, there are students who will writing in a way that is instinctive and peculiar.
Instinctive and peculiar to them, but all right.
In other words, and if those students who model, they might model the basic structure of a story, but what they produce is their own voice. The voice is distinctive. The characters, the way they describe the characters are distinctive. It's their own. They didn't need anybody.
Tell me what you just said.
Can you get water on my well without putting water in the well?
Yes, there's water there.
But you didn't put it there, but how do you know that it didn't get, I don't want to say the sentence, but get put there? But it has to come from somewhere. So remember we mentioned from about, if not last week, then earlier this week, this idea that literacy, right? This whole idea of talking and reading, entering into it at an early stage is the beginning of literacy. You cannot have literacy without writing, without speaking, as a matter of fact. Because after a while, you get to the point where you see the symbol, that's an A for apple, right? And then eventually you learn how to form the A. Then you're going to learn that A appears at the beginning of words. Sometimes it's in the middle of words, it can be at the end. So you become literate. Who is writing this for you? Not another infant.
No, but you need to know people, right? You need to know adults.
You are thinking of sophisticated writing.
Right.
But these are students who will see things written in newspaper. Even if they're not going to read anything more than a portion of it, or at least they are aware that there's a newspaper. When they hear the news, even though they're not interacting with the written text, somebody wrote that somewhere. Right? So even though they might not know the adults personally, then they're at least aware of work generated by some adult. It would be better if they were able to interact with somebody who could tell them that, okay, this is what I do. But they're going to interface with work generated by other people. Okay. Anything else you want to add to this, guys? No? Move on. Writers need to read.
Yes.
Right? So even in your writing workshop, it would be good to give them an opportunity, not just to read their own work or other people's work, but that modeling notion from way back when that we keep coming across. Right? Writers need to take responsibility for their knowledge and teaching. Sorry, writing teachers need to take responsibility for their knowledge and teaching as a principle of the writing workshop. Because what you're doing is, you know this, and you're sharing that information with the students, and you're giving them opportunities to process and execute, generate written texts. So all of these are based on the assumption that ownership responsibility will shift from teacher to student, and that the teacher will use a variety of methods and explanations to help writers develop their levels of competence. So in a writing workshop, you don't need to move a student from a reluctant writer to an avid writer in one shot, but you probably can move him from reluctant to less reluctant. That is acceptable, because you will, over the course of a year, and sometimes you have students for several years, you will over time get them to hopefully move from reluctance to, at least feeling like they can. Now let's talk about the writing workshop space. So it says here, the writing workshop is a specific class time spent on intense individual and collaborative writing that gives students the opportunity to improve their writing with greater independence. So it doesn't have to be necessarily in terms of like physical space, but we're most of that writers need chunks of time. So you could set aside maybe 15 minutes at the end of each class to engage in writing. You could do it for a whole session. You could do it, if you have double sessions, you could do it then. This is a personal thing, but some persons might want to do it outside of the regular school hours, entirely up to you. But the fact is, students are going to need some idea that there is some space, whether it is physical or vicarious, that they exist in, where it's just about writing. Like they have this drop everything and read across the week, and they just drop everything and read. Something similar, I guess. The writing workshop gives the teacher an opportunity to see the students at work and to interact with them on a one-on-one and group basis. Because once you guide them through the task, you should be available for students to ask you questions. You should be able to look at what it is that they're doing and make suggestions, hear why it is that they're doing things, because sometimes students do things and you don't understand what has prompted them. So this is an opportunity for you to understand why they do what they do. And sometimes you will learn from them. In other instances, you will be able to guide them to a better way to do it. But certainly the workshop itself gives you the opportunity to see how everybody writes. Giobi and Mertz argue that for this approach to be effective, teachers must provide students with real-time ownership of task and reflection or response. So real-time, which is a challenge that teachers have, right? You can't you collect work and no time. You don't always have the opportunity to give them an immediate feedback. But with a writing workshop, as you are interacting with the students, you are able to say, I like that. Or have you considered another way to do this? Or what does your peer think? Or something else that is really giving that almost conversational, but certainly real time. This is an immediate and no feedback, so the students can respond to it immediately. Looking now at the nature of writing workshops. It facilitates teacher-student conferences, that is, where the teacher or peers provide feedback on the work that emerges. And so, I don't know if you're getting this from the discussion so far, but when you plan a workshop, there are many components for which you will have to account and plan. And one of them is feedback. So are you going to be providing an instrument that guides peer review? Or are you going to rely on the students to just willy-nilly and ad hoc come up with some criticism? But I would suggest providing a guideline, right? Because there are times when students can be unnecessarily and unreasonably harsh, and you don't want to stifle anybody in a classroom, like in a setting like that, right? It allows for the offerings of mini lessons in the form of direct instruction or procedural activities, development of techniques, etc. So let us say you have planned your workshop over the course of a week. And after the first day, you notice something about the way students are punctuating using, for example, we know that students don't use the semicolon or they're misusing the semicolon. You could plan this for 2, all right, maybe not 2 minutes, 10 minutes on how to use the semicolon appropriately. You could take an example from somebody's work and execute that in class. So right there, they would have an opportunity to incorporate within their own writing activities semicolons. So you don't have to teach it today and hope that next week somebody is going to use the semicolon. So automatically they get that knowledge, hopefully they use that knowledge, right? And it could be on any other element that is involved in writing. It is best for group sharing, where students are given a chance to share their work and receive feedback from their teacher and peers. And we can safely agree that this is true. They're within the classroom and they can turn to somebody and say, hey, how would you write this? How would you say this? Or do you think that this is the best way to have expressed this idea? So they really get that. And we mentioned before the real-time response and feedback. So they really do get that opportunity to share. That collaborative learning element is incorporated right there. The classroom must be arranged physically to facilitate the activities of the workshop. So I know some schools have this, they have bolted down the furniture. Yeah, some schools have bolted down the furniture in some very rigid lines, or they're welded together in one straight line, so there isn't an opportunity to really rearrange. But perhaps if you cannot arrange the physical classroom, you can take them outside of that room. Okay? You probably can take them outside of that room. They can go outside if the cafeteria allows for it. Like, you probably can go in the cafeteria, go to the library, or maybe there's a lab, a computer lab, a science lab, wherever, but just some other space that doesn't make writing feel as regimented as the classroom looks. Right? Because you want it to be somewhat relaxed even as they are writing. But there are different ways that you can arrange the classroom. You can do, for example, a U-shape. Or you could put them in little clusters. Entirely up to you. And you have to consider to the age group. Are we all together, guys? Yeah. Still together? Okay. Teachers have to carefully plan in order to achieve the learning objectives. It cannot or ought not to be an instant, on-the-spot activity if dividends are to be reaped. So pretty much this is saying that you can't, on the way to class, so what am I going to do today? Oh yes, a writing workshop. It doesn't work like that, all right? Because remember that you have to have some clear objectives. And what is it about this particular type of writing, or this particular time of day, or this particular time in the school year, why it is necessary to do a writing workshop? What do you want to accomplish from it? Right? What do you want the students to learn to do? Because sometimes it may not be about the writing, but about the ability to evaluate somebody's work. Right? So if you are to realize the rewards, you really will have to plan when you're going to do it, how the participants are expected to, what they're expected to do within a chunk of time, how you want the others to evaluate it, what are they looking for, how much time are you going to give the students to rework? Will somebody else be looking at it? Will it be the same person or an entirely different person before it gets to you? Are you going to look at it at any point? So these are things you have to consider if you're going to be doing a writing workshop. What kind of stimulus are you going to be providing for the students, if any? Right? So a lot of planning goes into a writing workshop. Let me repeat, a lot of planning goes into a writing workshop. There's a reason. All right. Teachers must record their students' progress. This can be organized on a chart and help to keep teachers up to date on students' progress as well as their continuing areas of difficulty. And this is part of the reason that planning is so important. Because if you're just going to walk into the class and say, writing workshop, this is the topic. How do you know at which point in, or how sophisticated each writer is? How do you know that the objectives are going to, well, you don't even have objectives if you're just going to do it on the spot. But in order for you to be able to identify each student's level of writing, then you need to plan, you need to be aware of it so that you can see if the student is actually developing, and if the student is not developing, do you now need to go in and do some one-on-one remediation? What is it that you're going to need to do? Can you do it in this session, or do you need to do it outside of the classroom environment? But you cannot not look at how the students are progressing, right? So even though the writing workshop in of itself is valuable, you need to keep track of what the students do. We're still all together? Oh, I bet they're nodding and I'm not saying right. Interlocking writing constructs. Within a writing workshop setting, the writing teacher or the teacher of writing should be focused on creating opportunities to practice through the development of specific tasks, right? So, are you going to go and say, write a story on, or write a story which begins, write a story which ends? Or are you going to give them, you're going to break it into little mini activities, So you could actually have them look at characterization. And maybe not everybody's going to be going into the activity at the same point, but certainly there are different elements that you can look at individually before you even get to this point of writing. So it's a good idea to determine how you want to arrange the different elements of the particular type of writing so that the task doesn't become so onerous. You should also be focused on allowing the process model approach to writing to take center stage. So remember that they're not just going to go in and write the first draft and hand it over to you or hand it over to a peer to evaluate. If we're saying that writing is not immediate and that writing is not a one-shot activity, then your writing workshop needs to echo that notion. So how are the students going to generate the ideas about which they write? What are you going to be, what opportunities are you going to be providing them to do that? Are you going to do it as a whole class activity, or is each person going to do it individually, right? Are they going to be planning together or individually? So you need to decide, depending on where you are with your students as writers, you need to decide how you're going to allow them to go through the process, but they must go through a process of writing. Next, comprehending students' level of writing proficiency and challenging students to move to higher levels. So this whole idea of scaffolding comes back, right? Each time that they master one particular aspect of writing, or they are comfortable with an element, you are comfortable that they're growing, then you need to task another challenge. Some students might meet the challenge, but not everybody will. But some students will, and we must encourage them to move beyond that level at which they're comfortable. So once they know how to write simple sentences, show them how they can make it a little bit more complex, how they can incorporate these within their stories, their essays, right? And this is why it is also important to document. Producing authentic assessment, often in the form of a portfolio or another tool that allows for the display of the writer's work emerging from the workshop. And we've already mentioned that there are many instances where once a student has generated a piece of writing, you mark it and it never sees the light of day again. The students get it back and then that's it. They just don't ever publish their work. They don't ever show it to anybody. And so we need to consider giving them an opportunity for other people to see the work. Whether it's if you're going to encourage another class to come and see a notice board, or you're going to do some sort of online sharing community, whether it's a newsletter or whatever it is, we can encourage them to always save their work, share it with others. Certainly, the portfolio is one very effective way of ensuring that they keep their work and perhaps share it with others. And the portfolio doesn't have to be physical, it can be electronic. Developmental stages of writing to build into the writing workshop. Guys, are we still together? You're not overwhelmed as yet? No? All right, so we continue. Remember that writing is all of the following. And we're noticing that these things keep coming back at us, right? So even though we did this on the first few classes, these are coming back. So episodic, reflective of the first writing produced by children. While some students entering school believe they can write, their episodic writing may not be easily understood by others. This might also be the case of the workshop for early or very weak writers, right? And so this idea, think about, have you kept any of your primary school things? No? You just toss them out as the years go by? They just disappear? All right, so nobody here has anything that is reflective of when they first started writing, or like the early years of writing when you were in primary school and writing that first composition about myself, my family, right? But if you think back to those types of writing, are you writing the same way now? You're not, right? So you have gone through different episodes of writing, really. And at each stage, you become hopefully more sophisticated, but you will notice that as your students, your reluctant learners or writers begin to write, in some instances it is incoherent because they're not yet able to flesh out an idea. And so they might put one sentence down and they think that that somehow is going to convey a wealth of thoughts. You should be able to visualize what the person looks like, what he's doing. And so you have to help them to flesh out the different elements or different parts of what they're writing. So it isn't that very not regimented, very, yeah, I guess it's episodes, segmented, that's the word. See? Lyra eating. Narrative, the simplest form of writing that students use, and this is, think about your students, no matter what you give them to write, they tend to want to tell a story or to at least narrate. So if they're doing descriptive writing, they want to narrate a sequence, or they want to give you a sequence of events. If they're doing expository writing, even though we know that sequencing is one of the techniques for arranging information, again, that is what they want to do, except when they're doing narrative writing, somehow they can't generate that. So students are very familiar with this type of writing, and I guess it has to do with the fact that within the Caribbean, we tend to, as well for us, we tend to have that oral component where we share experiences through stories, right? But Giovi in 1982 posits that bedtime stories fall into this category. The short story writing, which you have to do, would be great for the workshop space as well. Remember that writing is all of the following, so we're continuing. Descriptive. This type of writing involves students ordering their writing in the concrete operational range. Take, for example, a 5-paragraph essay for which each paragraph is written by a different group and then read out in sequence for its effectiveness as a whole essay. Before starting on the essay, the topic and the thesis will need to be decided on by the teacher, students, or collectively. This activity can easily be achieved in a workshop setting. So this is something I did with persuasive writing, where each group was responsible for a different paragraph, and they put it together for the same essay. But you have, as I say, you have to agree on some things before you actually go into the writing. But it is one way to show students that the different parts are actually related to each other, right? So this is a technique that you can try. This is something you can try, but it will work best within writing workshop. Writing is also explanatory. This stage is when students are asked to explain. While they may find it difficult, it helps to develop systematic thinking and students' oral or written communication skills. And so you can ask them to describe all sorts of process. How do you cook macaroni and cheese? Right? So, how do you play your favorite game? Any number of things. So, because what it does is it gets them to harness that sequence. Right? Writing is also analytical. This mode of writing parallels the formal operational stage posited by Piaget. Students are asked to explore topics in categories and develop logical arguments around the topics. As such, persuasive writing would be ideal for the workshop phase. So what this is telling us is that any kind of writing that we can think about, having students generate can actually work within writing workshops. We can facilitate writing workshops for this. Writing is artistic. You keep talking about students developing their own style and just voice. So this is where students are free to express themselves using their own creative impulses. So allow space in the workshop for students to explore their own intuition, choices, etc. Because these are things that they can experiment with, and then they can always change. If they don't like it, if they love it, then they can hang on to it. Modeling. This is where models of the genre are introduced for students to see what each genre looks like. So if you want them to do persuasive writing, give them models of the different types. Show them an excerpt of a debate. Let them read a letter to the editor. Let them read an actual essay. Look at ads and whatever other speeches, whatever else that is going to be relevant. Allow them to see that. Authentic sharing. The workshop space can be a performance space which allows for showing and telling. As such, invites performers to share their work so that students can be exposed to real-life subjects prior to writing. So you don't have to invite somebody who is literally a performer. You can invite another teacher, somebody who you know from the community, somebody who they know can come in and share their works that the students can actually, have that interaction with somebody who does this and therefore try to replicate that, because we really want them to see writing as a part of their everyday lives. Right? So this is a process model and aspect of the writing workshop. Okay. So this is a model that allows writers to go through various stages of writing to produce meaningful products. The stages are underpinned by the following assumptions. The writer is an autonomous self-starter who has a need to explore meaning and to communicate. Let us talk about this. Anybody? Anytime.
I think most the students that we have in class are not self-starters, and not all of them. In every class, based on my experience, a lot of the class you want to communicate at the top and you explore the meaning at the top that you want to bring to them. The others will prefer something else. So their communication would not preferably not be centered around what you have. But I'm thinking about writers in other contexts. People write because they have something to say and they want to pass it to a wider audience out in the world, and they want to speak and say, well, this could be, and I'm thinking of fiction or poetry, or even some forms of non-fiction.
Okay. Anybody has anything to say? Because Brian is disagreeing with the notion that all writers are self-starters. Not all writers are self-starters, Brennan says. What's your take on this? That the writer is an autonomous self-starter who has an urge to explore meaning and to communicate. What do you think?
I think the teacher can, I think that the writer, you can suggest things for them to write about, but then I think the angle at which they approach their writing is really up to the student, up to the writer himself.
Okay, so, I see what you're saying. So even though the teacher is suggesting, it really is the student who has to enter into the writing. So the teacher suggests the topic, but the student has to do it. That's right, Kira? And therefore, that's where the autonomy comes in?
Yes.
Okay, anybody else?
I think the autonomy probably comes in with the fact that students are finally taking an active role.
An active role
in their learning. So because they're becoming independent in their writing processes. So that's how I'm looking at that particular text.
Norma, you have anything you want to add? You don't have to, no pressure. No? Ashley? No? All right, let me ask a question though. But why are you assuming that the writer, the student in this case, is writing for academic purposes?
But then I think that's why I made the distinction between students writing in class, half of whom was something to communicate, and the other half who rather write about something else. And the instinctive writer who wants to know available to a wider audience. And that means fiction and poetry and so forth.
All right, but you see this idea of the autonomous self-starter, when a student picks up a cell phone and sends a message to a friend, this has nothing to do with academic writing. Is this not a writer who has gone about expressing an idea all on his own? So the premise of this is that we are going to take what they do and build on it. So as the minute you write something down on your own, and there is, other than people who are indigent and just don't have the opportunity, as long as you're communicating using technology, and there's still some persons who are writing letters, the onus, you're taking responsibility for this communication, and that's where the autonomy comes in, that's where the self-starter element comes in, and you're communicating an idea, you're exploring a meaning. So even if it is just a text message that you're sending, we are presuming that students do write. They are writers. The quality of the writing is what we question. The ability to write well is what we question. But this is a starting point, and so we're building on that. Writing is an extended process that includes pre-writing, writing, and rewriting. We're comfortable with this notion. All modes of written discourse are equally respected. True or false? False? Okay, so which modes do you think are more respected?
Teachers don't respect students. Text writing.
Alright. So text writing is not, it is definitely not?
Not in the formal situation.
Not in the formal situation? Alright, but think about discourses too in terms of the different genres, wants to the word, different types of writing. Is there respect given to, say for example, persuasive writing over expository writing?
No, respect persuasive writing more than they do. I don't know.
Because do you not have to harness, are you not calling on more skills for persuasion?
Right. But then again, it depends on who is looking at it. So for example, for the vocational skill here, the probably want expanded skills are good.
So it depends on who, right? Students are expected to write and are given responsibility for shaping their own writing. Right? So you can't have a student who comes to a writing workshop and not do anything. Everybody has to participate, has to do something that is his work. Conferencing with student writers is a basic feature of instruction. right? So you have to speak with, know the students, give us their feedback. Student writers need many readers to respond to their work. Another assumption. Not really, because the teacher. Everybody's going to have an opinion.
The student can be both the right and the audience.
All right, yes, but within a writing environment where you're learning how to write, you don't think the more grant is within class, you don't think the more feedback you get, then perhaps the better it is for helping you to harness or to hone your skills? What do you guys think? Norma, Lyra, Kira, what do you think?
I think the more feedback, the better. Because you get the chance to edit your work over and over to perfect it.
All right, that is one. Anything else?
Based on how it is done, it can be quite confusing.
All right.
Some people, pardon?
Talk to us some more about that, yes.
Okay. Some persons, based on their personal opinion and views, may think that, say for instance, the comma. I do have a problem with some of my students. You're listing and punctuation, you're listing. And when you get to the last item, you put a comma and then and. Some of them are not totally in agreement with that comma and then the and. So different aspect of the grammar and also different ways of expression. Well, it goes back to what you said initially along with Lyra, that you can now look at the different expressions and then form your own opinion and take autonomy over your own writing. Okay. So it may be good.
All right, so you said that there can be an element of confusion if the views are conflicting. Okay, but at the end of the day, the writer has to stand by his decisions. All right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Always. But anybody else has anything to add to this before I say something about the writer needing many responses? One of the things, as you become more competent as a writer and you become more confident as a writer, when you get multiple feedbacks, one of the things that will perhaps happen out of this is the ability to defend your work, right? So if somebody counters a decision that you have made, you can say, no, look, I have inserted all the sentences here because it is portending what is going to happen down here. So it's like foreshadowing in my story. You can't tell me that this is not a stylistic decision, right? So you become, as you own your work, you're able to defend your work, right? And enlighten some people to along the way. It might not happen every single time. So not every criticism that comes at you as a writer is a valid criticism. It's not a criticism that you have to take, right? And you want the students to become that comfortable with their writing. Ownership of writing begins with selecting a topic and extends to giving writing a public platform. So this is again premised on the idea that each writer gets to choose his own topic and then he executes, gets his feedback, and at some point he's able to share in a very public way what he has written. Do you agree though? So Vernon agrees. Do you agree? We have already established that not every single situation will the student be able to choose his own topic, but certainly he'll get to choose what he says on the topic. Anything else to add? No? All right, so we continue. Writing is a whole process whose parts are not easily divisible, but are recursive and connected one with the other. And we established this from the first class. Okay. So the teacher's role Primarily, the teacher is a facilitator, supporting yet constructively criticizing. So you're not tearing down anybody. Not what nonsense is this, but wow, interesting. Now how can we adjust this? Right? So always giving criticism, constructive criticism. The teacher ought to create opportunities for the students to write using checklists and matrices, if possible, so as to minimize the propensity to offer instruction, to interfere with students' planning and peer interaction, and to allow time for students to think and to talk about the topics on which they are writing. So if you plan your workshop well and you have all your paperwork ahead of time, then you don't need to stop them every minute and tell them things that they need to know, because you would have already given them what they need to make conscious decisions. So when they're going into the writing, these are the things that they need to include when they're actually giving them that checklist. Once they're evaluating, this is what they're looking for, right? And depending on what it is, you probably can suggest ways or have them suggest ways that they can be corrected. But you're not going in every minute and saying, do this, do that, don't do this, don't do that, right? The teacher should allow students to respond to each other's text prior to receiving teacher feedback. Afterwards, students are to be encouraged to correct their draft with or without the teacher's help. Why is this important? Well, do you agree with this at all? Everybody agrees? You think before the teacher sees any work that is generated within a writing workshop that peers should get an opportunity to see it and make suggestions?
I think that would allow, like, if the student is not too confident about his or her writing, having a friend see before the teacher would go a long way in helping them develop a little that confidence. If your friend saw it first and then he told you, okay, I think this is good, I think you could have added that, you feel better about it before you show it to the teacher.
All right. And remember too that, thanks for that. Remember too that you would have given them the various checklists and whatnot to make them better reviewers. So you probably could be confident, and there will be things that you will have to correct. I mean, they're new writers, but there are the things that you have to correct anyway. But giving them the opportunity to get that sort of peer feedback and make the adjustment, one, minimizes the amount of marking that you will do. That's probably the one thing. But secondly, remember that we want the students to be proud of what it is that they're doing, wanting to refine. And so if you don't see it first, that is giving them that opportunity to refine before they give it to you. Then they can further refine with a more expert, after they get more expert guidance, right? Allow students to talk about the experience of the workshop so that they can match pedagogy with lesson objectives. Why do you think this might be important? Is this important?
You need to listen to students. You need to hear from them what works and what doesn't work. You don't know. You don't necessarily know.
Yeah. Did you hear Ashley? Okay. Oh, Kira didn't. Ashley said that we need to listen to our students so we know what works and what doesn't work. That way we'll be able to cater to their needs. Right? But what else? Yeah, that's something that I can. All right. Nothing else to add?
Possibly so that they can see the purpose. They can come to understand the purpose of the writing workshop.
And see how they have benefited?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Or not. Because sometimes we make assumptions that everybody will benefit from an activity and it's not necessarily true. Okay, yes, I take that. Teachers must listen to students' responses to the text and comment on their presentations responses. So once the students when they give feedback, then the teacher needs to help to, well, whether they need to validate or just point them to a different way of thinking, but we need to listen and get another reason to listen to the students. I'm trying to finish that way, stop with all the break. The teacher must read or listen to the text from the student's perspective, that is a writer-based prose. Then he or she should shift to view the text from the teacher's perspective so as to offer constructive criticism. And remember, we had established earlier that when you set up your workshop, you want to give that one-on-one feedback. Ask the student why he's taking this route, why he's taking that approach, you know, have them justify what it is they're doing. That will give us the writer-based perspective. And then, of course, when you are evaluating it, you're going to get the reader-based perspective. What is it that you're looking for? What are the questions that you still have? What are the inconsistencies that are evident, etc., etc. Teachers should strive to make each student feel comfortable as if his or her contribution to the workshop is equally valid and important. So there should be no less equal persons. What was that thing from Animal Farm? Some of us are more equal than others. Right. So, so generally everybody should feel as if his ideas, his thoughts are of merit, and they shouldn't feel hesitant to share these at all because they will be told that, you know, you're saying nonsense or that's not important. So, just to sum up, the teacher's role is to motivate and inspire. Awesome tasking. The teacher's role is to facilitate and to guide. The teacher's role is to plan, to orchestrate. The teacher's role is to listen and empathize, because you've been there with writing. The teacher's role is to encourage student interaction, facilitate student development, encourage students to achieve their goals. You can think of any other? Okay. So, your suggestions for a writing workshop. Take a few minutes to share with us your ideas for a writing workshop to teach the following topics. Wait a minute. It's now, lunch is not ready until 1. So we will not take a break now. We will continue working until 1. So the following topics: an element of grammar, using literature to teach language, integrating writing across the curriculum in short story writing, and then later on we'll look at this. So guys, each person is going to choose one of the following and just pretty much tell us how you would plan a writing workshop.
I never really understand the topics because why are you planning a writing workshop on the grammar? I thought the whole idea was that grammar was the grammar is almost incidental. I don't mean, would it be to write an essay about grammar?
No. So remember that we have looked at grammar as an element or an important part of writing. So we have selected a component of grammar in which the students have a weakness, for example.
And then the lesson of a writing workshop.
Writing workshop doesn't have to be an extensive thing, because remember that you're going to have clear objectives. Let us say that you realize that students are not punctuating, they're not using internal punctuation marks properly. Right? You could give them a writing activity, because this might be a situation with the whole class. You could actually give them a topic to write, or let them choose a topic to write, and then when they're evaluating, we know that they're looking, when they have their peers, they're looking at the way in which the internal marks are used. Are internal marks used? How are they used? And so you use that opportunity where you can do a little less than actually correct it. But at the end of it, you should have Norma, your background is noisy.
I'm sorry.
You need to, alright, don't do anything. Don't do it.
What's the
I'm sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
what's WAC?
Writing across the curriculum.
Okay, thank you.
And what's about using literature to teach language? What aspect of language?
Any aspect of language is entirely up to you. So this is where you get to choose.
Mrs. Williams,
Yes?
I don't think I understand what we're supposed to do.
You're planning a writing workshop, right? And you're going to plan a writing workshop on any one of these. You get to make some decisions as the teacher here. You get to make the decision about whether you are going to help the students to understand how much better they can use an aspect of grammar. Maybe they're not writing in the appropriate tense. Maybe when they're writing, you're seeing inconsistent tenses. Right? So that can be what you use the writing workshop to correct. If you're using literature to teach language, let us say you want students to do short story writing. You can actually select an example of a short story and have students look at how the short story was developed. So that would be the model. And you plan a writing workshop which helps them to actually write a short story. You could do the same thing for descriptive writing. You pick a descriptive paragraph or passage from any novel and take that to class as the model and go through descriptive writing. Something else that you can do, writing across the curriculum. So like for you, Lira, writing across the curriculum would involve perhaps your use of history or geography in a language lesson. So they write about volcanoes, or they write about, as you had earlier, the slave rebellions, or slaves rejecting their situation. So you're incorporating content from another subject area into the teaching of language. What do you want them to write? Do you want them to write a short story, but the characters are slaves? Lira?
I haven't decided.
All right, so it's entirely up to you, right? But what I want you to do though is just, and it doesn't need to be anything too sophisticated. I just want you to think about how you would plan for the different components. What are the considerations as the teacher that you need to have as you are planning any writing workshop? So you're just going to choose something here and specify what you would do. So tell me how long your writing workshop is going to be, how many students would be in it, what grade level, what exactly you want them to do, that sort of thing. Any more questions? Is it clear? again, please.
Yes,
this should be taking a toll on you guys.
assessment.
Are we all still working? Okay. Another 5, 10. All right, this is what is going to happen then. It's now 10 minutes to our lunchtime here. And we're going to take a half an hour break. So it means I will come back at 1:30 and then we will just go through the different writing workshops. You just share your ideas for the writing workshops. So we'll continue working until 1 for us, and then Kira and Lira, you get to go on break with us at, for you, 1 o'clock too? No, 2. Yeah, it will be 2 for you. Right, so you get to go on break for half an hour and then come back at 2:30, and then we'll just go right into hearing your ideas on how you would execute your writing workshops. And then I need to tell you some things about what will happen next week, Tuesday. Cool? All right, so we are back for the last few minutes. And what I want us to do now is to just go through, we're going to go through the suggestions that you have for organizing your writers workshop. This is going to be, I don't want to necessarily say that it is the basis for the writing workshop that you're going to be doing and presenting that final class, but certainly it gives you an opportunity to share some ideas, get some criticism from your colleagues, and then you can either change that or refine it for that final grade. But I'll send out the sheets for that on the weekend. All right, so Ashley finished first. Okay, so we will start with Ashley. I don't see Kira. Lyra, you're back. Dorma. So we'll start and go to Lyra. Okay, Kira, there you are. We'll go to Lyra, Dorma, Kira, and then we'll end with Vernon. And after each person has had his/her say, can we just say what is well done, what areas you think need to be adjusted, make suggestions about what can be inserted. All right? Let's go.
All right, so I chose integrating WC in short story writing. And I was choosing.
Can we all hear? Kira, can you hear? Can you hear Ashley speaking?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and Norma as well? All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I thought that I chose integrating WC in short story writing, and I chose a third form class. I see it as a series of workshops. The first one will be about brainstorming. So I'm using different tools to help with brainstorming. So the first thing I've had them do for homework is to read a short story about the sea. The topic was connecting geography to that was how I thought.
Okay, so
short story.
Okay.
So it was Caribbean geography. And maybe even, to be honest, I'm not really confident that the third form syllabus about science, but then you're a fish, marine life.
Okay.
So the idea would be, I guess we can incorporate history as well. Anyway, the idea would be for them to use this session for an hour and 10 minutes to, so the first thing would be, the homework would be to read about a short story about.
All right, so we have these
as their, something like a Caribbean short story and something else.
All right.
So they have some kind of basis to go on. And then I thought that I would start because they are sort of young, in doing just a brainstorming exercise about language related to this. One of the big things in short stories is that these don't provide enough description. They often get stuck in some very boring language. So to start off, I'd like to see them brainstorm around the sea. So we would, as a group, we would decide what are the major headings going to be. Islands, animal life, animal life, plants, weather, people, and then brainstorm nouns, adjectives, and verbs, and kind of chart on the whiteboard. That would bring those different words. So instead of just saying fish, maybe we get parrotfish, maybe we get lionfish. Hopefully we also get a lionfish, for example, vicious, or snap or juicy. So then we get some other kind of words. And then we have fun with that. We make these into cards, and the kids would have in groups. They would sit and they would match nouns, adjectives, and verbs from the list together. And the other thing that each group would be given is some kind of visual representation of, like, a photograph or paintings of sea scenes, marine scenes, to also kind of stimulate descriptions. And out of that, the groups would come up with phrases or perhaps even, I think actually probably better to get phrases to be interesting because you get the language aspect, you get the mechanics aspect in. But you get them thinking of different ways of describing seascapes.
Okay.
But also, I think it would be good at that point to also have them come up with some kinds of plots of what could happen in the short story.
And this is all as a group.
These are in groups.
In
Well,
groups.
the first one's going to be
Big, and then they're now in smaller groups. Okay.
So of course you're presupposing that you've already taught what a short story is. Yeah. And you've already exposed short story.
Yes.
So that would just be this session. So I only did for one session, but obviously the next session is going to have to be by drafts, your prepare, teach your review.
All right.
Presentation and publication.
Okay. All right, guys. Did you hear all of that?
Yes.
Did you process all of that? Okay, good. So what were some of the strong points for this writing workshop? Grade 9 students looking at writing across the curriculum, incorporating geography in the teaching of short story writing to these grade 9 students. And the first activity would have been homework. So it's pre-writing workshop. There would have been homework to read a short story that has to do with the sea and pardon?
And see Caribbean.
See the Caribbean, that sort of thing. And then the next thing that they would actually do in the class is they would be given a brainstorming activity about the sea. Right, so descriptive words that you can use to when you're talking about the sea and marine life, etc., etc. Then they would break off into smaller groups. They would get, you're going to do also some brainstorming on words that they would use.
But
nouns,
that's what
verbs.
Yeah, that's what we're going for.
Okay.
You're separating them.
Okay. And then they break off into groups now, and they have some additional aids, some cards that they're going to use to look at different seascapes, and then they're mapping again at this point.
Yeah, well, they're actually using cards.
Make sentences. And then the final thing is that they create, in their groups, they create plots before they actually begin writing. All right, so talk to me now. What do you think of this? This is the first of a series of brainstorming activities. What do you think of the workshop writing activities? What do you think of this?
Okay.
Yes, Norma, we're listening.
I'm thinking that the brainstorming is a means of a stimulating activity wherein they have that opportunity to go back in their own experiential background and to give a view of what they think about marine life.
Okay, yes. Yeah. So you like that?
Yes.
Okay, anything else, anybody else? Is there anything that you would suggest changing? Is there anything else that you particularly like?
I like her use of the different materials, like the providing the seascapes and all of these visual aids to engage the students. So they have different things to look to in the writing process.
Okay. Anything, Vernon, Kira? All right, so from listening to this as an initial writing workshop, so how many would you have? How long do you think this would last? No, not this one. The entire series.
I think 4 of them.
About 4 of them?
Spaced out.
Okay. All right. So as an because that's quite a bit of time. That's almost 5 hours. 4 minutes. Yeah. 4 minutes. All right. So as an initial activity or as an initial writing workshop, I think I like this because it's obviously going to take a very staged approach. All right. So there are some things that I really like Leo said, The fact that you're providing all of these stimulus materials, I think is fantastic. They would have, before the writing workshop, you even started preparing them for this idea of writing. So they have a model, and it already incorporates elements of geography, right? Because it's about the sea, about marine life. And so they're entering into the writing workshop with at least some pre-existing notions, which is a good thing, right? And then having them now brainstorm, you're going to get some things from the story too, but you're also, as Dorma pointed out, going to get some fresh things, or at least things that they know separate from the story. So again, the marriage of the two, quite fantastic. Outside of the brainstorming activity, I love the fact that they actually get to manipulate words to make sentences or pictures or however it is that is going to happen. I like that experience with the language, because I find that when I think about it, they might be able to see how words can be rearranged within the same sentence, just to play around the expression, that sort of thing. So I thought that was quite lovely. The creating the plot as a group too, I liked that. And I'm assuming now they're going to break out afterwards into individual work and do whatever. All right, what I would love to add to this is just stipulate the objectives that you want to achieve this session. If you're going to recap the lesson at any point, or since it's not really a lesson, but if there's anything you want to take away from the writing workshop itself, because they're each going to be with a plot now in hand. So it just would be a good idea to point them to that, or maybe give them some tools to evaluate the plot, or something along those lines, right? So that they can at least be accountable as members of the group for the plot, and also tweak it if they need to for their own uses, but at least should be able to evaluate it. So I really like that. Now, you know that we're going to be doing, you're going to be presenting a writing workshop. So I don't see anything wrong with you using that if you want to build on that, all right? So we said next it was going to be Lyra, then Dorma, and then Kira Vernon. All right, go ahead, Lyra.
Okay. I decided to use integrating writing across the curriculum in short story writing, with a focus on describing a setting.
All right. Oh, you muted, Lyra. You muted. We're not hearing you anymore.
Sorry about that. I didn't notice. The first thing that I'll do when the students come to the workshop is that I will read aloud to the class, whole class activity, an excerpt from a short story describing the elements of a hurricane that was passing through a particular area. I will not tell them the title of the story, but I will just read the descriptive setting, and then I will ask them to provide me with possible titles for this story, just so that they can gauge and identify what exactly we'll be talking about. After they give their proposals, then, or their titles, then I'll group them into 4 groups, and each group will receive a newspaper clipping about the effects of Hurricane Thomas on St. Lucia in October 2011. They will read it as a group, and they will also be given strips of paper in these groups, where after they read and discuss amongst each other, they will write down their own experiences that they had when Hurricane Thomas passed in their particular communities. After that activity, the experiences will be shared with the class. Okay. So I guess that's one thing. Another one, then moving along, each of the groups will be given a set of props. For example, paint, crayons, Bristol board, cardboard, paper, dried leaves, matchsticks, etc., pebbles, whatever, sand. They will be asked to create and glue. They will be asked to create a setting of an area that a hurricane is currently hitting or has been hit or has hit.
Okay.
Okay. And in addition to this setting that they will be creating, they will also be responsible for coming up with a list of 15 words to describe their particular setting. They'll do that in their group. So based on what they come up with, they need to have 15 words that describe that setting. Okay. All right. So after that, they'll share these settings with the class group by group. They'll share it with each other. And then the teacher will put their words into main headings, okay, with their helper, with the students' help. So for example, if the words describe the wind, they will all go underneath the, the words describing the sounds heard. If the words describe the sky, they will all go. So the teacher will do that with their help on the board. And then after we have put all their words in this grouping on the board, then they will be given about half an hour to create a first draft of a descriptive piece describing the setting of the aftermath of Hurricane Thomas on their particular communities. Okay? So after they're done with that, then their writing will be reviewed by their colleagues or their peers, and they will obviously they'll be given a set of checklists a set of aspects in a checklist to search for in the reading and reviewing of their peers' work. So they'll be looking for aspects of sentence fluency, the use of conventions in their writing, the use of descriptive words or adjectives, how well it was used, if other words could have been utilized instead, etc. And then these things I guess will take us quite a few workshops, I guess. And the last thing I said is that after they receive that feedback from their peers, then they'll be given the opportunity to rewrite their pieces describing the settings. The same setting, sorry.
All right. So let's just see if I understand this. What grade are you teaching this to?
Oh, it's grade 9.
All right, so you're incorporating writing across the curriculum to...
Well, it's geography, yeah? The description of a hurricane, yes.
Right, so you're incorporating writing across the curriculum to the teaching of English, and you go with short story, and let me see if I get the steps. So the teacher is going to read out an excerpt from a short story based on a...
Well, a descriptive piece from the short story entitled The Hurricane.
Right, okay, so that's what I wasn't sure about, the hurricane. And then you're not going to tell them the type.
No.
They have to, based on the use of the description, know
right.
what this description is about. And then they're going to go into groups, 4 groups. Each group is going to get a newspaper clipping about Hurricane Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
And they are supposed to then document their own experiences.
Yes, on strips of paper, yes.
And then share those experiences with the group. Then they're going
and then with the class.
With the class. Then they're going to go back into their groups and they're going to be given these props that will help them to create a devastating setting based on the hurricane.
Right.
Create 15 words that they will use to describe this setting.
Mm-hmm.
Good. And they will just share this with the class as a
right.
whole. And then the teacher and the class will organize all of these words into categories based on that they're describing. All right, so you're actually webbing the information. Good. Then they're going to now do first drafts.
Mm-hmm.
One second. So they do first draft, describing the setting in the aftermath of the hurricane in any community. I mean, I guess in their community.
Well, in their community, yeah, because they'll be describing their particular experience.
Correct. And then they're going to do a peer review with a checklist that would have been provided by the teacher.
Yes.
And then they rewrite based on the peer review.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll recap for everybody. We all know what we're supposed to be experiencing for this workshop. Any thoughts, colleagues?
I like collage, the kind of art history and writing. I thought that was very good. We don't have to get a chance to do that. And I like starting out both reading a short story about hurricane, but also or extract, but also asking them their experience. So you're generating lots of. My only concern would be the length of this seminar. I'm assuming it's more than one.
Yeah, I'm assuming that this won't be an hour or one session. Can't hear you. You're muted there.
Yeah, sorry about that. This is like a one session,
This?
but no, sorry. That the beginning, what she was talking about.
Oh, so the whole reading and doing okay.
The reading and writes. That's a one session, but like a double period session.
Okay, so the whole workshop would span how many hours?
I didn't gauge the hours because I have not identified, but in writing it, I noticed that it might take
more than
about three double periods.
Okay, so okay. And at double period lasts how
long? Almost 2 hours.
Wow, that's a long time. Whoa.
Well, a double period 10:30 to 12, like an hour and a half.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, Ashley, were you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else has anything to say about what you loved about this? Because you were paying attention. I'm looking at you, man.
I think it's very good, Lyra. I like it. Except the part of 15 words. That's a lot, Lyra.
Very nice.
I could have probably 15. I would give him like 10.
Okay. All right.
Pardon?
They're working in groups. So it's
okay.
Group is going to generate 50 words.
Okay.
Not 50 words, 50, 15.
1 5.
Yes,
okay.
1 5.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Kira, anything to say on that? Kira's still finding hers notes. All right. So, Lyra, there are a number of things that I love about this. All the things identified by your colleagues already. I have a question. You're sure it's short story writing you teach or descriptive writing?
Oh, descriptive writing setting. Yes. Thanks for the corrective. Yes.
It seems more like description to me, right? But I do like these activities where they're entering into the writing. Again, please specify the objectives that you want to accomplish over the course of this writing workshop. Right? I love the stimulus materials that you're giving the students, the shared experiences. Well, I love the stimulus material that you're giving the students and the fact that they're not writing about something with which they're completely unfamiliar. So they see the story, a story, or it's a description, something similar to what they've done, they've seen that or what they've experienced. They get to state their own experiences, then they get to write about the experience. Okay? In terms of that, what I would love to ask though is, having spoken about the experiences, do you really want them to do the aftermath or the actual experience of the hurricane? Because you would have given them, they would have described the experience of the hurricane and then describe the aftermath. So do you want them to describe the same thing verbally that they actually end up writing? Something to think about.
The writing, when it comes to the setting that they're creating, they choose whether they want to create a setting of the aftermath or the present.
Oh, okay, all right. I didn't document that in my notes. All right.
It's either or.
Okay. But because it is a writing workshop, probably one of the things that I would not do is this where they are sharing verbally, because you really want to write to share the written experience. So I probably wouldn't have them say, discuss out loud their experiences of the hurricane as a group or within the group, certainly, but not necessarily as a whole class. So what I'm saying? So I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't necessarily let them share the setting either, or share the description or how they're going to organize their information with the whole class. Although you can argue that it actually makes sense. That's entirely up to you. But I wouldn't do that. But perhaps the peer review, because it's writing that you're evaluating, you could perhaps have them share that element of it. So they probably could write it down and they do peer evaluation of these thoughts, how they're organized or something. You'll find something for them to look at, to switch papers with each group and do something, right? But generally speaking though, I really like this, but I think you should include, after you have gone through the webbing activity on the board, I think you should include, if not as a whole class, and I probably would do it as a whole class, but within the groups, let them work on an outline or a plan or something that is going to represent what it is that each of them is going to be doing. So maybe they should do it individually, I don't know, but they need to have a plan before they begin to write, right? And then the rest of it with the peer review and whatnot on the checklist, I love those. So nice. Over to Dorma. You're on mute.
Yes. Oh. Okay, I choose an element of grammar.
Okay, go ahead.
Past tense, regular and irregular.
Mm-hmm. You want to use both?
It's a grade 7 class. The theme is language through the senses.
Okay.
And it lasts for an hour. It's an hour lesson. The objective at the end of the lesson, students should be able to identify and to use appropriately past tense verbs. The stimulating activity, and this is either or, a video setting or a story, audio story, on a group of students who went on a field trip to Blue Mountain. First of all, they're going to discuss aspects of the trip, working in groups. Then they're going to choose a topic based on the theme, language with the senses, and write about an aspect of the trip that they liked the most. They're going to exchange work for critique. Then they're going to do oral presentation to the class. They're going to identify within the critique, identify regular and irregular past tense usage of verbs. And they're going to have, after the critique, correction, and then they're going to present the actual writing, focusing on the past tense verb usage. Then they're going to present the corrected version, and based on the rubric for writing, the best piece is going to be entered in the school's monthly newsletter, or they can enter it in YouthLink.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Pardon?
I'm asking if the rest of us have any thoughts.
Okay.
I like the end of well, I like the fact that that writing the children would the children do would actually be shared at the end of the class, so it doesn't remain in the class in the notebooks, so that they actually get a sense of, I think, audience for one. Okay, they know they're writing for the school newspaper, and they also get a sense of the purpose why they're writing. I think this points are good in her.
Yeah. All right. Yes. I like this. What type of writing did you say we're going to be doing again?
What was that, Miss?
What type of writing did you say we were going to be doing again?
The type of writing? Descriptive writing.
All right. Anybody else?
Certainly the students get to publish their work, so I'm sure that they will enjoy that, and that means that they're writing for an audience. I'm not sure. I heard Dharma start on message that she was going to focus on regular and irregular verbs, and it's rather than irregular. So, well, for me, I think I prefer to pick on one thing and you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? No? Okay. So it's an aspect of grammar. You have a theme. You identify the objective that they're going to be able to identify and use past tense of regular and irregular verbs appropriately.
Yes, Miss.
You have provided them with some sort of stimulus, whether it is video or audio. You haven't yet decided one or the other one. And then from that, so the students are going to remind me, please.
Okay, present an aspect of the trip that they liked.
Okay, right. So
and write about that aspect.
So they're saying, oh, so they're writing about this aspect.
Yes.
So are they pretending to be the children on the trip?
No, it's like I watch this and I'm looking on which area of the trip that they, so it's like a descriptive reporting writing.
All right, fair enough. And then they're at some point going to be doing some sort of oral presentations of this?
Based on their what they just wrote.
Why?
Because I want, the main idea is to see how the students use regular and irregular past tense verbs.
But it's in their writing that you want them to be conscious.
Yes. Yes, so they're going to write, it's a group work, they're going to write, then they orally present what is written, and the critique is going to be done while reading or after reading.
After, okay. So it means then that, so they're publishing their first draft then. So are you going to be allowing the other students, what are they looking for when they're critiquing? You're going to tell them what they're looking for?
Yes. They're gonna exchange work before it's being presented to their peers, the pre-writing stage. Then they're gonna present it for critique, looking specifically for the usage of regular and irregular verbs. And it's gonna be corrected, and then they're gonna present the written version.
And that is the one that it is perfect. Well, the best one is going to be published.
Right.
Okay. I think we probably need to work on refining that section about how they're going to evaluate the oral presentation versus the written presentation of it.
Okay.
I need to refine that aspect of it. So up to that point, I was fine, to be honest.
Okay.
But right around there, that I'm a little bit not sure. I can't picture it. And how, because this is a writing workshop, I want the focus to be on them.
Writing, not oral presentation.
Not just writing, it's not just writing, but I want it to be that this is a writing workshop and they're evaluating the mechanics of the writing.
Okay.
I perhaps just want more information about how that is going to be accomplished than just having them listen to it and, yeah.
Okay.
All right, so define that section.
Okay. As they read that area.
No, you don't. No, not now.
Not now.
No, you have to read now.
Okay. Thank you.
Kira, your turn.
Okay, well, I chose to using literature to teach language.
Okay.
To grade 7. And then for my lesson, I wanted the students to identify a metaphor and to use metaphors to enhance their descriptions in the writing. Okay, so then what I would do, the first thing we do was we'd probably go through some comics from the newspaper or some short stories and try to identify any metaphor that the author used in the comic or the piece of the short story or the poem, and ask the students if they can to explain to each other what comes to their head as they listen to that metaphor. Okay. All right, and then I would ask them to write. Everybody has to write a short poem, and where they use they make use of metaphors, and then they would share with the class. We'd listen and give critique. And that's it.
Sorry, I lost you. What?
Yeah, I said no, at the end, where everybody got a chance to write up a short poem or a short story, but they have to make use of some metaphors.
Uh-huh.
And then share those with their classmates.
Sure. Okay, so you want to share the written work or
they would read what they have. And as after they've written, they would read what they have to the class.
All right. All right. I have to ask a question. You know what? No, sorry. The rest of you, any comments? Any questions?
Yes, thanks. It's a single session.
Yeah, about an hour. So that'd be like a period and a half.
How long is that period? 20 minutes?
A period in my school is 35 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, like almost a period.
Okay. Yeah, so any questions? Anything that you like particularly?
I like using newspapers. I think these are really strong.
Yeah.
They're a lot in their own. It's something that's not too far-fetched for them. It's not easy to access.
It doesn't need to be something that is specific in any article.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think it's important for them, like I'm talking about metaphors, it's important for them to see that in not just as a point, but that you can devise.
All right, yes, that is important what I want to say. Anybody else?
Only problem I would say is that it's hard to find it for newspaper. You have to be careful what.
Yes, what, yeah. Anybody else? No? All right. I probably would extend this activity, and this is why here, even though at grade 7, they might be asked in English to write a poem, they're not really learning to write poems as a type of writing. So I would probably extend this activity, extend this workshop. So having written a poem in which you and your peers can identify the metaphor, then apply that now, that use of metaphor to another type of writing, whether it is describing a character or describing a setting or an event. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
Right, because that is the type of writing that they're going to have to generate. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to kill this notion of writing a poem, because there are persons within your classes who are going to be poets, and you want them to be able to use metaphors to enrich their work. So I actually like this as a step in the writing workshop.
Okay.
But I'll go a little bit further and move it from just this creative type of, now I don't want to say creative, to this very specific literature expression, or what could be considered literature, to a more prose format. Okay?
So you're saying, Mrs. Williams, that the students that in teaching, like, you have to focus on prose and not look at so much poetry?
No, that's not what I'm saying. So because we're not teaching, we're not teaching poetry as a type of writing that students do in language class. It's more like a vehicle to get in there where we want them to go. Poetry. Right. So I wouldn't end the writing workshop with the writing that I generate in the writing workshop at the end wouldn't be a poem. So I would use the poem as a phase to help them to understand how metaphors can be used artistically. And then I would take it another step and say, okay, so you've mastered writing or writing metaphors in a poem. Let me see how you put that now within a prose context. So describe a person or describe a thing, because they're expected to generate that type of writing more so than a poem.
Okay.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to kill the poetry notion, because there are persons who are going to write poems in real life from your class, or who are likely to. All right. So, but generally speaking, though, I like this, and it's nice and simple. I like the use of metaphor in their writing. Because that's one of the things that's going to help them to enrich, get good, rich descriptions. Yeah. So Vernon, it's your turn.
All right. I've been silent because I've been listening, and I'm sure I've gotten quality related at what it is that I need. So really what I want to do is to teach writing short stories focused on dialogue, and I want to use a piece of literature that will be dramatized to teach dialogue, right? So at the most,
what grade?
Pardon me?
What grade?
Grade 10, grade 10 or grade 11. At the most, the double session about 25 students or 30. Arrange the class into an horseshoe so that there's space in the middle, but there's a seating around. And you get the buzz going by reading something from your past, talking about dominance in a relationship. Because Broccoli and the Bed is a single short story. It's driven by dialogue. Has anybody read Broccoli and the Bed?
No,
You could probably Google it. It's West Indian short story set in those who went to the UK. Broccoli goes first. He's here hiding around. Here's that Tina is coming. Tina is his Indian cousin who is almost, he had came to London because he was running away from getting married to her. So she turns up and she takes over his life. Sends him out to work, and he has to admit that she's doing something good. But much later on, he has a concern. He realizes he's not getting any of the bed. He has not been sleeping on the bed, so he devises a trick to get on the bed, which is to propose to Tina. And so he goes with Tina. They get married, and as they already know, Tina informs him that Auntie is coming to London. And it's okay with that until he gets home and then realizes that something is amiss, and so he asks, well, where is she going to sleep? And it turns out that he's the one who's not going to be sleeping on the bed, just So what I wanted to do is to break up the entire story into segments. One, Tina, so there'll be in groups. So one, Tina's arrival, one group will look at Tina's arrival, and they'll write the actual dialogue using what is there in the short story. Next group would look at Broccoli goes to work. The other would look at when Broccoli comes home from work that evening, the dialogue. Before the marriage proposal, including the twist, and then the twist would be anti-consular. And so they'll write that, and I think probably within 10-15 minutes span, they'll be able to use the actual dialogue to put something together, and then I'll have them dramatize. Because what I really want is to show students how dialogue can move the story along as well as develop characterization. So they would, in effect, each group would dramatize their particular aspect of the story. So the dialogue, what will come out in the tone, what will come out in the attitude, would in effect be the story. So this is very much a dialogue-driven story.
All right.
And students will be able to give their critique on the performance and what comes out about the characters. What do they get from the characters as they are portrayed by the actor student, whether it is an imperfect portrayal or a perfect portrayal, so forth. So that will be showing how you dialogue, how what you say, and when and how you say can say something about a person, and not say something about a person.
All right, so you're really doing some amount of characterization through dialogue.
Through that,
right?
And so the assessment will be the feedback of the peers, so to speak. And I think within, all of the session is 8 minutes. So that should be able to, I think with 5 groups, we should be able to accomplish that within, give and take within the 80-minute period. But at the end, the final summative assessment is that, and this is what I have to do, is that they go home and they, using the dialogue, you work the story from the opposite direction to again.
All right, so last one.
So they are using dialogue to rework the story, but they are beginning the story from the end.
And you slash back?
Yes. Still using the dialogue. That's the story.
Okay.
So in other words, they'll just be using the dialogue all the way.
All right. Any questions, any comments? I know that it is after we said that we would end, and you probably really want to stop now, but I want to get your feedback.
All right. And certainly pushing children to use that for characterization.
Okay. Anybody else?
I like the use of drama to stimulate the students.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Nobody else? Lira? No? All right, 5 more minutes. My one question to you is, are you sure you're doing a writing workshop?
Yes, they're writing. So when they get the segments, although they're using drama to dramatize, because what I want to do is to bring to them the reality. They're writing the section that they're dramatizing before they go to the first. So they have over 15 minutes. And at the end of the workshop, they will have to write.
And that's the point I am making. At the end of the workshop, they go home and write the story. And you're saying to them, no, write the story pretty much in dialogue, which is a no-no. So they're telling this whole story. They can't tell a whole story in dialogue. All right, CXC will not accept a whole story in dialogue. They have to narrate. They absolutely have to narrate. If CXC were willing to accept that story in dialogue, then it would be okay for students to write a whole story in Jamaican Creole in dialogue. That can be done. So you're going to have to, I want you to make some changes to this. And essentially, I like the idea that you want them to understand that you can use dialogue to enhance your characterization technique, all right? Or it is one of the techniques that you can use to develop characters. So if you're going to continue on that same vein and use literature, then I see the modeling in the story. And perhaps what you could do, because of how that story ends, is let them expand or extend the story. All right? And they have to include or incorporate dialogue judiciously. All right? So there is that. But if you let them dramatize too many things in the writing workshop, then it really isn't a writing workshop. Remember, what we want them to do is write, follow the process of writing, and this is for everybody. We want them to be able to follow the process of writing, get some feedback on it and perfect it before they share it with anybody else. So be careful how you have them do this, all of this oral activity with each other and share everything with the group and dramatize and whatnot. The point really is that they have a chunk of time which they will dedicate. They will dedicate to writing and perfecting that. All right. So we'll work on these. I'm going to send out the actual assignment sheets about this writing workshop activity. If not tomorrow, Friday, then certainly before the end of the weekend, you'll get the activity sheet. I'll send it off to you so you know exactly what to do. And these are things that we're going to be presenting in the last class. And the idea is that we're using each other as guinea pigs, well, no, sorry, as the classmates, and you're the teacher who is executing. Not guinea pigs. All right. So just in terms of today, we've looked at two things that are supposed to enhance writing. One of them is the portfolio, specifically the electronic portfolio, and the next is the writing workshop. Each of them has its own place, and each of them comes with its own merits. So it's for you now to work these into your teaching experiences. And what we would have learned is that it's not going to be specific, this is not specific just to the teaching of English. All right? Any questions?
Yes, Miss.
Yes.
Can we use this writing workshop example for the actual thing? Build upon it?
So that was the idea really, for us to at least start looking at it and get some feedback so that we're not flying by blindly. So if you are if you're content with the approach or part of the approach, you can perfect it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Kira.
For the feedback from the peers, it looks like it's for the writing workshop. We don't really recommend getting oral feedback. It has to be something that the students are given a rubric and then they go over it and then they give their.
Oh no. Let me tell you, in terms of the feedback, what you want to be wary of, because there's going to be it's going to be a class size of probably like 15, 20, 25, 30 students. You will not be able to facilitate oral presentations of the things that they have written. And remember that there are differences between speaking and writing, even if you're reading something that you have written. So we want them to do most of the feedback on what they have written, because what we're doing is evaluating writing. So even though every now and again you might have some random oral feedback, we really would prefer that, or it might be more useful for you to have documented feedback by using checklists and that sort of thing, so that the person to whom they're providing the feedback will actually have this basis on which they can say, okay, so this is something I need to correct, because it is documented somewhere. Okay? All right. No, I am not going to be in class on Tuesday, so you don't have to tune in like this. But I've already said to Miss Mills that I'm going to ensure that you have the activities and the PowerPoint presentations to guide what you're supposed to be doing. And what I did is, instead of doing, these two topics will have covered next week. So I covered them this week, and then next week, you're going to go on to, we're going to pick up what we left off on Tuesday. All right, so I'll upload everything for you to have to do on Tuesday. And you know that in Jamaica it's a public holiday on Thursday, so we're not actually going to be here either. And so when I see you again, it's going to be week after next Tuesday. But in case you need to contact me for anything, then I'm an email away. So please feel free to do that, or I'm a text. Did I text you? Did I text any? No? All right, so I have your phone numbers. Since this is going to be on the internet, I'm not going to give you my phone number like that. I'm going to give you my phone number otherwise. Since I have your phone numbers, I'll just text you so that you know that if you need to WhatsApp me or whatever, you can find me.
And are you, just to read for the test, which is the next time we see you, in-class test, is there anything you want to give us?
Okay, so for the in-class test, what I need to tell you is please ensure that you have read on the theorists. Ensure that you're very familiar with the theorists and that you have read enough so that you know the activities that you can incorporate in your classes for these theories to actually bear fruit.
So like knowing that 2 or 3 or know everybody or
you don't need to know everybody, but I don't want to limit you to like 1 or 2. It will just be, all right, no in depth, I would say like 2 or 3. Yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Sure guys, enjoy your weekend.
Everybody wants to.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, see you.
Yeah, take care.